Hey 泣いてる Earth Boy 苦しいの君のストーリー始まりは一歩から息を吸って自信なくても私が待ってあげるこんなデイリー好きになって希望叶える Possibly 多分 meant to be 世界生きてもいい僕はね地球が好きだから ABC じゃないわクラスの前急に思い出したねコミ学生涙出して甘いメモリー苦しすぎないのに One, two, three じゃないわ動物の鳴き声聞こえない助けたいだって好きになってfrom me命の香り甘い恋苦いシーズン湖に落ち込んでゆく神様地球が好きだから ABC じゃないわクラスの前急に思い出したねコミ学生涙出して甘いメモリー苦しすぎないのに One, two, three じゃないわ動物の鳴き声聞こえない助けたいだって好きになってfrom me
「 私の髪を言うの。そのぐらいはできるんだろう。聞こえないのか。
木のご飯読んでるの。
Baby, you talk about, 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 How you gonna talk like that when you're out though, baby, you look bright-eyed. Never gonna read my meaning, and baby, still more than mine. Gotta put up with that, baby, you talking back. You try to walk up once a day, but now we running back. But I'm thinking you and me, we just can't sleep. Addicted, baby, when you walk my way. How you wanna talk about this like that? Still running back, baby, won't you run it back? Baby, you talk about, 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 I'll be wishing you and me, we try to meet. So listen, baby, when you saw my face, how you gonna switch up on me like that? So run it back, baby, won't you run it back? Baby, you talk about, 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 baby, you talk about.
Hello. Hello. Oh my god. I sounded like 60 years old just then. Hi everybody. How's it going? Welcome to stream. I hope half of you didn't click away because we're late. We're late. It's a fucking yeah, what is wrong? Hi. What is wrong with my chat box? Hold on a minute. Something's wrong with it. Wait, first of all, I need to make sure people can hear the sound alerts. Doink, 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 doink. Okay. Now, what is this chat box problem we're having? Hold on. Chat, I'm going to make you bigger.
You're stupid.
Okay. Thank you. Why does it need to be so big all of a sudden? What's the matter? It was fine before. Okay, well, I'm happy you can hear him. Alright, well. Weird chat box problem. Anyway, hi. How's your guys' weekend? Last time we streamed was 2 days ago, and I did all the big updates, and I told y'all everything about what was going on the channel. I posted the SparkNotes version on Discord, and then we watched a bunch of Defunct Land, because Defunct Land is good. Let me throw on some BGM real quick, because I'm all about having BGM. Honestly, okay, if I'm to be completely real with you, my BGM is probably... It's probably my favorite thing that I've had produced for the channel. Like, I'm so thankful for like all the art and this model and like everything. Like right now it's not perfect, it's not exactly where I need it to be presentation wise, but I will say that this little piece that I ordered like 2 years ago or more, it has my heart. It has my heart. I was not expecting to like my BGM so much, but I do. It's so good. I love it. Thank you for listening to me gush about today's stream is about, hold on, let me move this down. Let me move, no, I want to move it down without pinning it to my model. There we go. There we go. Okay, now everything's good. Everything's not good. Oh, fine. It's whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, point being, I'm a little scatterbrained today. Oh my god! What's with the chat? I'm sorry, Cherry. I'm gonna have to ask you to become smaller. Meow 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 meow. What if I just made the font smaller? Hold on. What if I went in here and I said textiles and I said 28. Fuck it, right? Meow 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 meow. I'm shrinking. You're shrinking. Become small. Yes, I'm very scatterbrained today. So alas, not playing video games right now. I'm just not in the mood to play video games right now. But I figured cherries melted. Yeah, we do that on purpose. She is do become maraschino. Very scatterbrained today. I just haven't really been in like a mood to play video games. I do want to stream though. I do want to spend time with you guys. So like, we're watching videos. We're watching videos. It's gonna be another video watching day. But first we gotta get through. We gotta get through housekeeping. We have housekeeping to do. Finally, I can get back into the grind for the 75,000 points. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare. Pato, if I ever see you redeem that shit, it's over. You know what? It's totally fine. The issues with chat are they're fine. It's not gonna end the world. However, I don't know what the issue is. It's always been like god damn. They're competing. They're fucking competing. This is ridiculous. This is redonkulous. I can't believe this. I don't think the font size is changing anything, so I do at least want to make it big enough for people to read. Oi. Like it or not, please don't make me bald, please. Yeah, so today's a video watching day, but we gotta go through housekeeping first. If I can hold a train of thought long enough to get through housekeeping. Okay. Somebody time me. Somebody see. And I crawl back into my hole. Fucking stay there. Stay in your unpoint grinding hole. Somebody time me. See if I see how long it takes me to get through housekeeping and how many times I get distracted. Okay. Let's go. Hi everybody, welcome to the stream. I am Natsuroshi PIPI ANANASSA, and today we're doing fucking nothing. I forgot my script. I don't know what to say. Oh yes. My content will always be free to access and free to watch. However, if you are feeling generous and it's financially safe for you to do so, you can pass me some money dollars with !donate or !tip in chat. There's also a donation button on my Twitch About page that will take you to my Stream Elements link, where you can send me a few bucks and a funny message for TTS to read. It is her first day on the job, so be nice to her. Don't make her say any bad words. She's very, very nervous. If you want to find ways to support me that are not financial, you can follow me on Twitter and join the Discord server. One of the things that we talked about last time for goals for 2024 is more activity in the Discord server. So like audience decision stuff. We are tossing around a movie night soon. And by tossing around, I mean yesterday or 2 days ago, last time I streamed, I threw out into the void, hey guys, would you want to watch Shrek with me? And basically everybody started typing in all caps, so I'm going to take that as a positive, so we might watch Shrek soon. So join the Discord server. It's going to be your best bet for channel updates going forward, especially going into 2024. If you would rather know exactly where your money is going, you can hit up my Throne page. Anything exceeding $35 is 100% crowdfunded. A lot of it goes toward the channel. Yippee! You've never seen Shrek before? Are you being real with me right now? Terry, are you being like for real? I know Cherry has like a tendency to joke, but like, I can't tell. Sorry, that's bothering me. I'm gonna make my blankie bigger. It's all consuming, but you know, my arms don't swing out beyond the bounds. So yeah, whatever, take it. You've never watched it? Oh my god, guys. I was gonna see if we couldn't like maybe vote like on what the movie should be, but like now it 100% has to be Shrek, right? Like I have to find a way to broadcast Shrek to all of you. Like there's no getting around this now. It has to be Shrek. Let's see. Twitter, Discord, Stream Elements, Throne. I didn't fully advertise the Throne. You can also get a sneak peek of my wishlist on my Twitch About page. Don't ever be nervous or anything to use the commands in chat. It's okay. We all got it. We all got it. For example, I hope this one still works. Yeah, you can use !snack to feed me a snack. A chicken nugget specifically. I don't think there's any other models for the snack redeem, but you know. What's really funny is that I've been in chats with other people on other people's streams and talking to my viewers, and they've tried to use snack in other people's streams, which I find very, very charming. Thank you, Cherry. I think that's it. I think that's it for housekeeping, right? Right. Nothing else? No. I don't have updates. The update stream was last stream. Let me get the music a little bit. Get that freaking music up. So, weather update. It's storming here right now. You did it. You kept house and it only took like 3 minutes. Perfect. Perfect. I kept the house. The house is kept for another day. Only 4 distractions. Nice, John. Proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's gotta be some kind of record. Yeah. Ooh. You can probably tell I'm not on my medicine, and I haven't been on my medicine for a little while, but I got a text from the pharmacy the other day that was like, hey, we have your medicine. And I was like, this is a big pog moment for me because I put in and I ran out and put in a refill right around the holidays. Like right as the holidays were happening, and I was really nervous about whether or not they were going to be able to give it to me, and if I had to call around to find another pharmacy because there's that big like stock shortage, whatever. And no, they were like, yeah, hey, come get it, and I will be going to go get it on Friday when I get paid, because I don't have the money right now because I wasted it on an acrylic stand. So don't talk to me. Don't talk to me about my $60 acrylic stand. Well, technically it's a set of 2, but still that's still expensive for an acrylic stand. It's like a set of 2, and then it comes with like a little postcard because it's fun and cool. But anyway, it's still a lot of money to spend. But I'm in like ADHD mode right now. Like I really want to spend money. Like I really, really want to spend money, and that's really bad because I'm trying to move out this year. So I gotta keep my savings in check so that I can make good on what I've told a lot of people in my life and actually move out. Guys, I can't wait to move out. Could you imagine like the breadth, right? The breadth is a word, right? Could you imagine the way that my streams would get better? Like once I get my own place, like I can only imagine like streams that are earlier than, you know, what's the opposite of the ass crack of dawn? An ungodly hour at night, I think. Maybe. Who fucking knows? Streams that aren't always so late for my overseas friends. Cooking streams. Oh, when I get my own place, I want to do so many cooking streams. Not so many, but like I do want to do like a couple. I think it would be really fun because I love baking. I would love to like make like fun recipes, you know, like try out like difficult things like live on stream because it would be funny. I want to do it for the funny, and then also like, you know, like decorate like cakes with you guys, and it'd be really fun. I think it'd be really fun. Yeah, so cooking streams, earlier hours, probably more frequent streams to be quite honest with you. I'm just I'm so excited, but I have to measure that out with being able to whoa, not on late streams. No, I promise I'll still be your night owl streamer. I promise. I'm not just gonna like switch up my hours all of a sudden. However, every so often, it'll especially work well for like longer streams, you know, like I get my peak viewership the later I stream. So I will not be abandoning the night stream game. I will always be your nocturnal frog, I promise. I have spent 2 years building up an audience of fellow nocturnal chadpoles, so I will not leave you guys behind. But special event, if I could like start certain special events earlier, or maybe do like endurance streams, like 24-hour streams, it'd be efficient for me after a full day of work. Hey chat fright, welcome in. The fuck was I saying? That was so loud. What was I saying? What was I saying? I'm only nocturnal because all my streamers are nocturnal. Oh no. Well then maybe we can figure something out. Yeah, but like my endurance streams and whatever, it'd just be helpful, especially on like Fridays or whatever. And sometimes I do work like 6 days a week. It would be helpful if I could like start streams earlier. So that way, like, I'm not like, oh fuck, I committed to this, sorry, no, it's not your fault. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. God damn it. God damn it. It would be helpful for me to not come home after a day of work and be like, fuck, I committed to doing like a super long 12-hour stream, and it's 7 p.m. Plus, like, I don't know, I have energy to do things, and I feel like I can like make some really fun streams. I like daytime. What's I'm so sorry, chat fright, it's not your fault. I swear. I'm just like, oh my god, like all of my brain cells are like firing off in different directions. But anyway, yeah. What else is the thing? Oh yes, speaking of special events, I'm gonna make a post about this later, but as I said in the last stream, this upcoming Friday, I think, hold on, let me check the calendar. This upcoming Friday is the edible stream, or it's the zooted stream. It is the PIPI eats a whole edible stream. I've been talking to some friends about what I should do for it. We kind of kicked back and forth Fall Guys or watching like old YouTube videos. I think I'm gonna try, at least for a while, to do some Fall Guys because I think it'd be really funny, but mark your calendars, Friday night, we're doing the weed. Hold on, I'm getting a text message from an outside source. Oh, Arsenal's live. Never mind, it's a video, I'm not watching that. Pluto, if you're watching this, congratulations or sorry that happened. Anyway, yeah. Zooted stream from the Donathon reward is Friday. Let me see here. Then our next special stream is not next week, but 2 weeks from now is the complete game theory FNAF video marathon. Where I will take 2 days and try to watch every single game theory FNAF video, which actually, hold on. Let me run some numbers and see if 2 days is even enough for that. Hold on. Game theory FNAF playlist. Let's see here. Theories only in order. No, don't play the video. It's not just a theory, it's like real-time calculations. Okay, let me see. Let me grab... Now I'm gonna do a lot of rounding, so let me grab my calendar. Or my calendar? My calculator. Let me grab my calculator. There's 62 videos. Yeah, okay. And this playlist is up to date, so let's see here. There's 62 videos, chat. In 2 weeks, I'm gonna have to watch 62 game theory videos in a row. Why did I commit to this? Okay, alright, hold on. Let's do some calculations. We're starting at 0. So the first one is 16. 18, 16, 11, oops, 9, 12, 18. Oh my goodness. 18, 15, 18, 14. Oh my god, this is already racking up. Oh my god, I'm gonna want to take breaks too, so oh god. 14, 19, 16. Okay, wait. 22. 22, 16, Christ, 19, 24, 18, 15. If there's any sleeper agents out there, who are like twitching with these like numbers that I'm saying, it's not my fault. Hold on, we just said 15? Oh shit, I lost my place. Oh no, I lost my place. Wait, did we say 15 or 19 just now? 23, 18, 15. Oh wait, I should have said 17. Okay, wait, +1. There we go. Okay, moving on. 19, 18, 25, 23, 19, 24. Oh my god. Oh my god. Girly pop. Oh my gosh. 24. Oh, 24 again. Coolio. Oh, that's 24 even. That's fun. 22. 21. We are at 27 out of 62. And it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Plus 21. Plus 16. Plus, oh god, 21 again. Plus 20. Plus 22. And I'm rounding, so like if it's and like 40 seconds or more, I'm just rounding it to the nearest number. 19. 19 again. 18. 23. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's, ooh, we're over halfway. That's 36 out of 52. 16. Oops. It's 26. 16. Plus 19. Plus 15. Oh my god. Plus 15 plus 18. Sorry, I could not remember what number came after 17 for a second there, which is about how my brain is going to be functioning after we're done with the Game Theory FNAF marathon. Was 18, plus 20, plus 19, plus 20 again, plus 19 again. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Plus 25, goodness gracious. Plus 21, plus 19, plus 18, plus 24, oh my god, plus 23, plus 19, plus 19 the second time. Okay, we're almost there. 53 plus 27, and that's 27 even. That's crazy. So far, 2 of these videos have been 0 seconds, so that's cool. 27 even. Where's the 20? Okay, there we go. Plus 26. Oh my goodness. We've reached quadruple digits in the number of minutes where I divide it by hours. Oh my god. Plus 30. Oh, that's a honker. Congratulations, MatPat. Plus 20. Plus 22. Plus 24. Oops, that's 25. 0 second. You know what I mean, Cherry. Plus 25, right? Where? Right, plus 25. Plus 21, plus 26, plus 24. Alright, finally, plus 25. It is 1,230 minutes divided by 60 minutes in an hour. Oh my god, guys! Guys. God. It's 20 hours of content. Oh my god. Holy fuck. 20 hours. I'm so fucked. Guys. Which one of you let me agree to this? Which one of you, when I pitched this, refused, like, didn't say, hey, Pippi, maybe don't do that? No. Y'all had to be like, yeah, no, great idea, Pip. I hate y'all. 20 hours of game theory FNAF. I think it was... Mods, ban that stupid bitch. I can't believe she let this happen. Oh my god. So, like, in our defense, I don't think any of us counted up all the minutes of the game theory videos before. What do you mean? This isn't like a holiday tradition for y'all? Here's the problem. The problem is that most of these have red bars on them. Like, I've watched most of these in the past because, like, 2 years ago, I, like, did the same thing where I, like, marathon them all, except there were much less of them 2 years ago. I had a bunch of cookies to make, so I just threw them on, as, like, a haha funny. This time, it is not a haha funny. Like, this time, it's over 20 hours of videos that I'm gonna have to watch live on stream. Now, I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna do this because can I do 2 10-hour streams in a row? I don't think I can. I don't think I have that in me. Let me see here. Let me see here. Right, so 20 divided by 3 days, that's only like 7 hours. It's 6 2/3 hours per day, which, if you ask me, is much more reasonable. Is much more reasonable. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm sorry guys, I'm in shock. I just spent 3 days on this fucking Pipster, dude. Fuck. I just spent 3 days on this. 3 days. 3 days. It's okay though. It's okay though. Chad pulls always prevail. Chad pulls always prevail. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. But that's 2 weeks from now. So I guess starting the 26th and ending the 28th. 6-hour streams 3 days in a row. And that's if I don't take any breaks. Over 6 hours a day. Over 6.5 hours a day. 3 days in a row. That's with no breaks. That's not counting the time that we spend talking before the stream actually starts. Housekeeping. That's not counting like the music, you know, and all that kind of stuff before stream. That's like just spent watching the video. And I like to talk through videos because I don't want to be XQC and just leave y'all. Just like throw on the video and get up and leave like it's Cocomelon and you're all 6. Like, this is a fucking nightmare. Call me Mike Schmidt because I'm going to be clocking into this shit for 3 days. Oh my god. Okay, it's okay though. It's okay though. There's 52 weeks in a year, which means better hop to it. Haha, you're so funny. There's 52 weeks in a year, which means there's 52 weekends. Oh, technically 53. It's a leap year. If XQC was doing this, it would be cake. It's not cake. For me, it is not cake. Maybe I'll get a cake. Maybe I'll get a cake for the 3rd day. Like when we finally finish, we'll eat a piece of cake together. As a reward for watching 20 hours of Matt Pet FNAF. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, chat, I'm gonna put on the video. Enjoy. I can't do an XQC impression, but please imagine Ray Chocolate is doing one right now. Anyone would. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll get a nice... I will go to the nicest bakery in town, and I will buy a nice little cake with a little strawberry on it. That part's important. And then I will, for sure... I will for sure get us a cake. The only problem that I can foresee is what time to do these streams, because these will be lofty streams. I can't do them too late, especially on Sunday. You know what? No. We'll do it at nighttime on Friday and at nighttime on Saturday, and then when Sunday comes around, as like a little special thing, we'll start a few hours early, so that way I still have time to reclaim my life. Before, like, the exodus of MatPat removes all my brain cells. I have some time to gather them back up before the work week starts again. Oh my goodness. I'm excited though. Truth be told, I complain, but I'm excited to do something special with y'all. More like the Exodia of MatPat. Haha. Exodia! No one's ever been able to summon him. It's not possible. God, I'm just looking at this playlist and like cringing. Like, not at the content, but like at the... God, this is... You arrange all the videos together, it makes a big Freddy Fast Bear. Freddy Fast Bear. God, shout out to the one time that I did play FNAF on this channel. And I made it like... I don't think I made it past the third night. I think the third night was too hard for me. Meow, 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 meow. Goodness gracious. I exited out of the window, like I went to YouTube's homepage, and it just like, it kept the FNAF playlist in like a mini player in the corner. Like, this shit is gonna haunt me until I'm finished with it. Fast Bear? What if we sped the videos up like, no, because like then it's not, that feels like cheating. It feels like cheating to like put it on like 1.5 times speed. Like MatPat but faster? I don't know how I feel about that. I know it's technically not cheating. I'm still like watching the videos, but like, I don't know. I think it'll be enough to hear. I think like hearing like MatPat sped up would be even if you slowed the videos down. Alright. Mods, ban Cherry again. No, like, please. I love threatening to ban Cherry and then not following through. Yeah, hold on. I said we were gonna watch some Defunct Land because we watched Defunct Land last night or the other night, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm into Defunct Land, girly pops. I love Defunct Land. I'm a girl who loves Defunct Land. Unfortunately, this stream cannot be as long as last stream. Last stream was like 5 hours, and most of it was just me like staring glassy-eyed at a YouTube video and, you know, making comments about Santa Claus related theme park attractions. But we will watch a couple episodes. Let's watch some newer episodes. We watched a few older episodes of Defunct Land last time, but let's watch some newer episodes this time. Let me see here. Oh, first I have to play the most important the most important video. I posted it on the Discord server, but it's still like my favorite thing in the world and I refuse to let it go. Get out of here, random spoon comment. That's not relevant anymore. Meow, meow, meow. Enough BGM. I'm ready for some real BGM. I still think about this video every fucking day.
A powerful rat named Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Kevin, tell me about the Hollywood rise that they had to scrap once Diana had died. Yeah. Tell me all about when Michael Eisner was CEO. Oh, I need to know. Kevin built a park in my dreams of all these things I'll never get to experience. I want names.
I'll never be gay on Garfield's Nightmare.
I want to know.
Whoa.
Tell me all the facts of the field attractions that close because of negative guest reactions. I'm ecstatic that this channel has gained some traction. Yeah, defunct land. Defunct land. Kevin, if you're out there, I've been here since the beginning, and I think you're a goddamn artist. Yeah, and fuck Genie Plus.
Shape land for life. This video makes me so happy. Can we watch the Garfield's Nightmare episode? Absolutely, we can. 100%. We'll even start with that episode. Defunct land. Defunct land. Here, hold on. Watch it again while I find the episode.
A powerful rat named Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Kevin, tell me about the Hollywood rise that they had to scrap once Diana had died. Yeah. Tell me all about when Michael Eisner was CEO. Oh, I need to know. Kevin built a park in my dreams of all these things I'll never get to experience. I want names and dates and facts and hope. I want to know. Tell me all the facts of the field attractions that close because of negative guest reactions. I'm ecstatic that this channel has gained some traction. Yeah,
Defunct land. Defunct land. Kevin, if you're out there, I've been here since the beginning, and I think you're a goddamn artist.
Yeah, and fuck Genie Plus.
Shape land for life. My favorite. I fucking love the Pikmin one. Oh my god. Wait. Sorry, we gotta watch the fucking Pikmin one now. Ongoing thread of silly songs, excellent. Well, she makes a few Pikmin ones.
It's down to my. I'm the man you should pick like a Pikmin. Shirts down to my knees, Jesse Pinkman. Before you talk shit to me, you should think, man. Cause I'll run away quicker than I blink, man. I'm the.
They've redone this one several times. Oh my god. Wait, there's a specific Pikmin one that I really enjoy. Hold on. This one.
I think that Pikmin are really, really cool. You don't know the differences, I'll take you to school. Red Pikmin are flame proof, immune to fire blasts. This one has been given a Sisyphean task. Blue Pikmin can swim, so water's never bad. Nintendo loves to see them suffering and sad. Yellow Pikmin can hurt your electric foes. If you have some gossip, they will always know. Put them all together, they will hit the wall.
Where's the redux of the Jesse Pinkman one? Did I pass it? I think I passed it. Hold on. I've like shrimped in my chair. I'm not even sure my camera can see me right now. Here it is. The man you should pick. Read it.
Shirts down to. I'm the man you should pick like a Pikmin. Shirts down to my knees, Jesse Pinkman. Before you talk shit to me, you should think, man. Cause I'll stand my ground, I won't even blink, man. I'm making silly money, yeah, I'm making racks now. That's not true. Going platinum, just bring out the plaques now. That's not true either. And if you wonder how I made it, you can ask how. You can tell that I'm up to the task now. I used to think that my singing was the worst. I'm becoming happy with my singing for the first time. I'm the man you should pick like a Pikmin. And my voice sounds like shit cause I'm sick, man. Because I'm sick, man.
Okay. Alright. No more fucking around. No more fucking around. As funny as it is. Here, Garfield's Nightmare. Ooh, did y'all see that brief flash of the fucking FNAF playlist? Hell no. Make sure captions are on. Here we go. Oh, by the way, this is about a dark ride. So like it's gonna be kind of bright. So don't. You can easily listen to this one if you don't want to hurt your eyes. We love to fuck around and mess around. Yeah, we do. You're so right.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of. Picnics. While picnics had been a French pastime
I'm the
for over
man
a
you
century,
should pick like a
Americans did not
picnic.
begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost exclusively for the upper class. By the mid-19th century, though, people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe
Oh my
somebody
God,
would bring a
I wanna go on a
guitar and
picnic
play
so
some
bad.
tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some
I'm the
alone time.
dick you should
Maybe
pick
some guy
like
in
a
a boat would
picnic.
row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic. And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny. Located southeast of Pittsburgh in the Mifflin Township, Kenny's Grove was a popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular
Everyone
in
loves
the
a
latter
Pikmin.
half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following
yeah.
year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride,
Wait,
named
hold on.
the Old Mill.
You know I love looking at prices. Oh, I think these are times. I think the Sunday concerts presented here afternoon 3 p.m. 3:45, 4:45, 5 something. And then evening is 8 o'clock, 8:45, 10:45 maybe, and 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, that's late for old timey shit.
Year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire category of amusement park ride. Old mills are slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks, and their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more old mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a Tunnel of Love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then to the canals of Venice, and later to the
Tunnel
Panama
of
Canal, which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the Panama Canal,
like a
the
VTuber?
Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge, and then the Fairyland floats again. before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like
How's
a
the
medieval
audio?
mill.
Can you hear
It
me
had its
talk?
ride
Can you hear the
system
video?
overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with
Yeah, we can hear it
comic
all.
supplement
Hell yeah.
characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and Jiggs and Maggie. In 1936, the Old Mill was redecorated.
Why do you say that with
again
such
8 new
disdain?
theatrically lit pictures.
And Jiggs
Another major
and
refurbishment to
Maggie.
the ride occurred in
What'd they do?
1940. During this season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan,
The Little King.
Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for
Those are
guests in the
terrifying.
queue, which was apparently auctioned off just 1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold
Damn.
for $2,300, which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This retheme sent riders through
Hold up. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. Never mind, that's not as challenging to say as I thought it was.
Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway.
He
This
says it
retheme
really
sent
funny,
riders
though.
through an Old West ghost town, with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes were constructed, with parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside. There are also
Ooh.
4 show buildings where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued to be known for one thing. Kenny Wood's
Fuck it.
director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle. You're a
Canoodle, I hate that
nervous
word.
about getting on the Old Mill with a girl the first time because you might end up getting slapped, but you also might end up getting, a snuggle.
In 1984,
don't like-
the
don't
Pittsburgh
like
Post
the
Gazette did a
expression he's
feature on
pulling.
the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them."
What? Why is there nobody in the boats? What? Do they die? What? Why isn't there anyone in the boats? she's talking like she's like making some big implication like, oh, you know. No, I don't. Also, she's 15. I wasn't doing shit like that at 15. The ride got hungry. Damn, that's like, these kids are young and they're like going at it at Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. Damn.
61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her Old Mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to convince them that there were spiders and water snakes in the tunnels, in
That's
an effort
crazy.
to hold them close through their terror. Another
That's
common
crazy.
occurrence was seeing couples buttoning up their shirts while exiting the attraction. An uptick in romantic activity in the Old Mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for
Could you imagine how traumatizing that must be? You know, like, oh, you know, you're on this dark ride and it's like super tense and you're so nervous and you're gonna get your first kiss and then some underpaid teenage asshole shines like a beam like right in your face. Oh my god.
For anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of
I'm bad. Oh my god. You could not get away with this today. You simply could not. Can we run that back?
nothing more than a kiss. But for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey.
Average 60s behavior. That is insane.
This solution was actually quite popular in Old Mills, as this photo from a different tunnel of love proves.
Look at that. Dog, it's shaped like a hand. There's gaps between the fingers. That's like one of that shit that like whistles as you swing it through the air like that. Ooh, that one would hurt.
Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-headed Harold's horrendously humorous Haunted Hideaway understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992, reverting back to the Old Mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the Old Mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride. Due to its age and design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences to push locals to come back.
Thank God it's 1961.
So it was not out of the question to tear down the Old Mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the Old Mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat. Named Garfield.
Yeah, brother.
Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction.
There he is.
The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including
Gorf the
toys,
field,
books,
baby.
video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends, Universal had Woody Woodpecker, Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang, and Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was
Let me tell you guys, I have beef with Woody Woodpecker. When I was a kid, I used to have this DVD, I think, that had a couple of Woody Woodpecker cartoons on it, and I would watch it on occasion. That motherfucker is terrifying. That motherfucker is terrifying. I had one, I think the one that I had was like an episode where Woody Woodpecker like doesn't have any food for the winter, and he like is starving and hallucinating. It's terrifying. It's like, I remember like gaining consciousness one day, because you know when you're a kid it's like you just like wake up one day and you're like conscious. I remember having enough consciousness one day to just like become aware of the fact that what I was watching was literally horrifying and I hated looking at it. In the 80s, Germany went crazy with everything Garfield, even though we didn't have a show or a cartoon anywhere at the time. But really, that's so interesting. That's interesting. I was recently talking to my mom about like what is like the what's like the American equivalent of things like Hello Kitty and stuff, you know, like Sanrio, and like brands overseas that are just like mascots. And it was Disney is the obvious answer, but the other thing I didn't consider was like comic characters like Peanuts and Garfield.
Not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield
look at him
would
go.
enter the theme park business,
Look at him go.
Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks. Wait, 8 years later, he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe,
Let's
a
fucking
land
go.
dedicated to the
Garfield
character.
theme park.
This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner, and Mama
Odie
Leone's
tongue
restaurant,
slide.
which would serve, of course, lasagna. The park was planned to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project.
Oh, to be
such
a
as the
fly on the
garbage
wall
cans
in
and
special
restrooms.
Garfield theme park. Oh, God.
On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other
Pause the joke. I'm not even going to finish that. Because what is that? Jim. Jim, come on now. Jim, come here, Jim.
On top of the design
Come on.
contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood
And they
and West
thought
Village.
about the
A year after
Garfield
the
theme.
announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant
I think I said
utilities and
funeral,
groundwork
like
being
funeral.
completed, the project struggled to find
Which
the
it may
remainder of
as
its
well
funding.
be,
The
because if I walked into a bathroom and saw Garfield toilets, I'd die.
following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back
Cope
another
is
year
what they'll
with a
be huffing when the
projected
Garfield
opening
Dark
of
Ride
2000.
drops.
In December of 1999, Kennywood
Ooh, that looks
officials
fun.
attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and Trade
Ooh.
Show. It is here that they
Ooh.
learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere, at least temporarily, and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices,
Oh.
specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya? An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a 1-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them.
I don't
This
know, man.
integration in the northeastern park
I don't
seemed
think
to conflict
replacement
with
would
the
be too
appeal of
bad.
Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park. The developers assured the public and their investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The
Damn,
integration
I
was
want a
successful
Kennywood
enough
Garfield
that
cup.
Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement.
Kyle the Crocodile punching holes in his water. Wait, hold on. Can I buy like a Kennywood Garfield cup off eBay? Garfield cup. Ooh. No, this isn't. Wait, hold on. What if I just went to eBay and I just typed in Kennywood Garfield? Oh, there's nothing. I mean, there's some like old Kennywood stuff, but there's nothing like nothing Garfield related. That's fucked up.
further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood.
I don't know what the fuck just happened to me, but like just now, and I mean like nanoseconds ago, I was just like filled and like overcome with this love for Garfield. I think it's happening to me. Guys, I think it's happening.
Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase
Where's that
his
Garfield
presence at
statue today?
Kennywood, the
Where
park
is
in
it?
Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed
I'm garfing out. Everybody, I'm
$166,000 in
garfing.
back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's
Look at
presence
him.
in theme parks.
He's just
And
chilling
since he
on
and
that
his company
Garfield.
already had a
I wish that were
successful
me.
relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania park. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride.
Garfield, Garfield, Garfield.
It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old Mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling park management that if there ever came an opportunity to design a dark ride, Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans
He's
for the
like,
attraction
my time has come.
included animatronics and
This is for
3D
me.
effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects, not dissimilar to the Old Mill's hard-headed Harold theming. However, Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein
Almost for
character,
free.
and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them. Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget, but the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride." Pete McEnany, the general
Great ideas here, Kirshner. Like, fantastic. So glad that you were so excited about this project. We're excited to have you here. I'm gonna need you to tone it down. I'm gonna need you to make this like a 7, closer to a 6 than an 8 out of 10 ride. Like, this needs to be mid as shit. Like please. This ride's 100 years old. I'm gonna need some mixed reviews when we drop this, for real. Then we get kinda shitty, just so you know.
manager of Kennywood Entertainment, remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward."
No better than
Kirshner
good.
imagined guests riding through the Old Mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The
Oh.
biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell." Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the Old Mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in
Modern
the ride's
product design too? Ooh, what do you
103-year-old
mean by that?
history. How this version would be received by the public, though, was still uncertain.
So random, like Garfield.
On May
Okay.
1st, 2004,
Dark ride?
Kennywood opened for
Garfield?
the season with a brand
Sure.
new attraction, Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the Old Mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters.
No, Kenny.
Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting
Kenny,
around an outdoor
no.
cube with the familiar Old Mill show building intact, with a small adjustment. In the window of the mill house, a frightened Garfield could be seen inside as the shutters opened and closed. While waiting in line, riders viewed TV screens that explained the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction. After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing that the ride was covered in cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed
We
a short
fucking in the
hill,
Garfield
they heard
ride
a
tonight.
mysterious booming voice.
This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and
Enjoy your ride.
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered
That's
with glowing
like a
advertisements for PepsiCo products,
cutthroat
which
right
was
turn.
unsurprisingly Kennywood's food and drink vendor. This was also the first of many blacklight scenes, and the
These are
walls
fun,
were
though. I
splattered
want
with
some blacklight
fluorescent
shit in my room.
material, which was definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a distinct color scheme. The chroma depth effect is commonly used in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team are industry leaders in the style. A benefit of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground, while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal, thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones, is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws.
That's terrifying. Wait. That is horrifying. If I were a child and I was riding this ride, and I passed this, it'd be Jover for me. I'd be having nightmares about this for weeks.
It closes its jaws. The next strip features another running gag from the comics, in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another
It don't
running
bite.
gag,
Yes,
Garfield
it do.
eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying
Oh
part
no,
of the ride
roar.
thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching.
Voyeurism.
The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle,
Nice
with
little
Garfield tied up
vor
by a
and
rope,
voyeurism
held by
going
an
on.
Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip
don't like
depicts
needles.
Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza
Looks
boxes
cool.
attacking Garfield. The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John
What is
and
that?
a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing
Hey,
sunglasses.
Pluto, how's
The
it
final strip
going?
and scene shows John asking
My
Garfield to
favorite,
catch
the love of
mice,
my life.
which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were
They hate
tormenting
his
Garfield
ass.
moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes.
What do you have to do
Garfield's
to have
voice
done what? Yeah, no, hold on. Do you want to, roll that back real quick?
off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There
Torn
is
off
also a
his long
zombie
tongue and
hot
wrapped
dog
it around his
monster
body like a
strapped to
coat.
table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene
Guess who just finished the Violet Evergarden movie and totally didn't cry so hard they threw up? Probably you, because I know you're not the type to cry at things.
Scene shows John asking Garfield to catch.
Oh yeah, got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so the guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kind of scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction. Garfield's Nightmare was drastically different than the Old Mill Kennywood regulars.
I would have
were
loved
used
to ride that when it was
any
brand new.
significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature.
I cannot wait to subject you to it once I catch you when you're alone and vulnerable. What? What the fuck? Why'd you say it like that? What?
It was too scary for many children and too Garfield for many adults.
Too Garfield for many adults.
Like a betrayal of the historic Old Mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
That featured jigs and
Pippi, when I catch you, Pippi.
Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios.
This looked baller. What do you mean people hated it?
The original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think? The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the Old Mill its century-long reputation. Young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the Old Mill, which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, "Couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries." This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business. Whether it's at your local amusement park or at Walt Disney World, if you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this, because it's never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly on a ride's reputation like the Old Mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity push.
Yeah, I had a glass of wine and sat down in front of the old telly and thought surely nothing could go wrong if I watch my favorite series of all time. The one that makes you cry my guts out? Yeah, this is a baller idea.
Over the edge. Not
Drink some water, bestie.
After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it. Look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides and you don't care about the culture attached to the Old Mill, I'd recommend skipping to this time code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to how Kennywood attempted to police young lovers on the ride, but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these legends true, or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following: have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at Kennywood Amusement Park? If so, please email your story to imadeloveintheoldmill@defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity, I wanted to know where in the ride people jumped out. And either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the Old Mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake, and the vast majority contained details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace.
Wait, we have to read these.
100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace.
Saw you were looking for stories. While we didn't Me and my partner made sweet, passionate gay kisses on the old mill because it was dark and the skeletons were kind of cute, to be honest. Hello, Mr. Defunct. My name is E, and I'm 48 years old. I don't normally share kinds of things like this, but I love your videos, and your recent tweet was surprisingly relevant to me. My lover, ex-husband, don't marry your assistant manager from your first summer job, and I went through the line normally, but as more and more people began to get packed into the line, my downstairs got as slippery as the lawn chair. Oh my god. We were subtle. We were subtly grinding in the line. It was shaded by this point, so we weren't in the spotlight, so to speak. We played handsy, hotsy, totsy in the actual ride. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And let me tell you that even though my ex-husband was a general disappointment in life, Garfield and I were both screaming by the end of that ride. Thank you for reading. My name is Oh my god. This was back when it was Garfield themed. Hope that's what you wanted. I was maybe 14 years old on the ride with my dad visiting the park to celebrate his recovery from recent surgery. Two older teens in the boat in front of us were making out passionately. Yes, on the Garfield ride. I'd never witnessed such graphic kissing despite only seeing their silhouettes. There was noises, but I couldn't tell if it was them on the ride because wet slapping could have been them with the nasty boat water, you know? My dad grumbled the whole time but didn't say anything, so it was painfully awkward. Anyway, that was the last vacation I went on with my dad before he died, so I hope they enjoyed themselves. Oh my god. Things I've done in Garfield's Nightmare. I made out with two different people. Was felt. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Old Mill story. Hi there. Hope this helps. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
In the end,
Wait. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Wait. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Oh my god. Fucking. Can we get Pogs in chat for being as slippery as the logjam?
the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least two people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you. Third, most surprising,
Oh my god. I literally can't fucking breathe. Can we run that back one more time? One more time, please.
slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least 2 people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you. Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating the old mill as the same tunnel of love previous generations had enjoyed. In fact, the majority of my emails were about acts of passion that took
I'm
place
trying to
in the
get conceived
neon-lit
in the
tunnels
Garfield's
of
Nightmare
Garfield's
music
Nightmare.
ride.
Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted
Ooh,
that they
there's
believed
tears
it
in my
added to it.
eyes.
Some even purposefully sought it out.
We traveled from Philly to Florida on holiday. We're both very good Garfield fans.
Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one emailer so eloquently put it,
This isn't anything special, but I went on lots of field trips to Kennywood in high school and never personally did anything in the old mill, but I can name a dozen couples who disappeared into there. It was a makeout spot. The Garfield themed makeout spot. Garfield knows all of our sins.
quote, Garfield knows all of our sins. Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's Nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often rambunctious riders would make a game out of throwing them onto the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects.
Damn.
Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this
I don't like
somewhat
that.
added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride.
Damn,
in
that'd be so cool,
the
though.
Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No, it's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign. You can meet the sign. Kennywood would eventually integrate Thomas the Tank Engine.
Kevin Percher is the funniest man on earth. I refuse to give that title to anyone else. Oh my
And
god.
the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park. And the new properties fit into Kennywood much more effortlessly than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom's subsidiary, Nickelodeon. This also put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom immediately began tightening the brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to
Garfield's
save the ride.
Nightmare.
Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not to say that the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the old mill. In March of 2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the old mill as so many of you have requested and restoring the ride to the retro Western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve
You think this
lasagna
would happen
and
to the Scooby-Doo ride at Six Flags? I'm not going to ask any questions specifically so as not to out the specific Six Flags location that you live closest to and potentially dox your location. But I have no idea what you're talking about. Hit my DMs real quick, 'cause I
During
don't
the
know what you're
off-season,
talking about.
The ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom. In order
No, that's the worst thing you could have fucking told me, Kevin. No, there's no like bright neon John Arbuckle cutout that I can buy off eBay? That's
to
fucked
prevent them from
up.
being sold or ending up on the black market.
No.
To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props. The
I'm
opening
so
of the
sorry
ride
for
would be
sassing
delayed
that
due
dog.
to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing hard-headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna.
That's cute.
The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the retheme played an important part in extending
Garfield's
the life
Nightmare.
of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While most of the emails I received detailed explicitly
While it was Garfield theme, I gave incredible to a guy on the ride. After the first bend, once you hit the tunnel with the Garfield panels and the Pepsi ads, I on him, and I don't even know why I'm telling you this.
and often disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill. My takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the Old Mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can have is getting a kiss while riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a kiss while riding a boat in front of a neon Garfield.
Down by the old mill stream, where I first met you, with your eyes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you guys a question, chat. Would you like to watch more Defunct Land? Or would you like to watch the Izzy's video about the Garfield restaurant? I will do either. I will probably eventually redirect back to Defunct Land, but if you want to take a brief break to talk about the Garfield restaurant, we can. Sorry, I'm still fucking thinking about that shit. That's crazy. The restaurant? Okay. I would like to too bad Pluto got fucking eviscerated off the face of the earth before they could finish their sentence. Insane. You know what? I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna move chat. Oh my god, my stomach is making horrible noises. What the hell? Oh my god. Damn. Anyway, where's chat? Chat, where are you? I'm gonna move you. Chat. I fucking got you, chat. Get moved. Get moved, chat. There you go. Anyway, Garfield restaurant. Garfield eats.
In June of...
Not now, Izzy. I have to show my viewers first. You know how it is. You heard my stomach? Sorry. No, I'm okay. I promise it's like digestion noises, not like... I'm not hungry. I actually ate a really big dinner tonight, so... I shouldn't be hungry on stream.
In June of 2019, a new restaurant opened up in Toronto. Overnight, the building was transformed from a disused laundromat into the world's first Garfield-themed pizza restaurant, selling bright orange Garfuccinos, Big Cow lasagnas, and
What's my name? Garfuccino. It's a whole new game. Garfuccino.
even Garfield-shaped pizzas and chocolate bars. The name of this restaurant was
No, I have not
Garfield
seen the
Eats,
Garfield
and it quickly
horror
became
game.
infamous not only in Toronto but worldwide for its bizarre marketing, poor food, and unhinged public relations. How did Garfield Eats come to be, and how did it crash and burn so hard? Well, today let's take a deep dive into the truly bizarre rabbit hole that is Garfield Eats. Before we get into things, I'd
No
just like to give a
sponsorship.
huge thank you to Skillshare. Garfield Eats was a Garfield-themed food delivery network and app that originally launched in May of 2000.
He eats so much he becomes the house. What are you talking about?
2018 in Dubai.
Explain yourself.
Obviously a play on Uber Eats, Garfield Eats similarly had an app where customers could order the Garf-themed food and it would be delivered straight to their doorstep. Delivery workers even rode custom Garfield scooters, boiler suit and helmet included. Not gonna lie, I would pay a high price for one of
hell
these
yeah.
suits. Information on its reception in Dubai is fairly scarce, but we can either assume that it did really well or the founder just had a ton of money to burn, since Garfield Eats soon went.
Are you talking about, oh god. Are you talking about Gilbert Garfield? Is that what you're talking about? Because I've heard of Gilbert Garfield.
On to launch in locations like Ontario, England, and Ireland. The Garfield Eats YouTube channel also posted this cursed video in 2018 featuring Jim Davis himself advertising the restaurant. It's telling that just over half the video's runtime is spent with Jim Davis just rambling on about the origins of Garfield and his childhood, completely unrelated to Garfield Eats, but he does bring up a few interesting points. Firstly, that the Garfield Eats app is intergaging, a buzzword that self-described serial entrepreneur founder Nathan Masry invented as a cross between entertaining and engaging. And secondly, and this has been pointed out by critics, the Garfield Eats packaging is advertised as eco-friendly and able to be repurposed. But that's really great. Why would people be criticizing that, you may ask?
Because they
Well,
lied.
it's because you're meant to repurpose these pizza boxes into tissue holders. I feel like most tissues already come in a box. Are you meant to buy loose tissues?
No.
Also, I saw a lot of people complain that once they made the tissue box, it was completely useless because it used to be a pizza box, so it was covered in oil and cheese. I know this is a really specific point, but it's just one of many small things that just don't make sense in this situation, and the rabbit hole only gets deeper from here. Garfield Eats' first and last physical storefront was opened on the 21st of June 2019, and the restaurant very quickly became a topic of contention not only among those who lived in Toronto, but among, well, everyone. When you think about it, it's a pretty strange concept. While Garfield is pretty popular online, basically as like a meme, in the real world, Garfield isn't really a super relevant IP. It's not like Marvel or Disney or something that's gonna draw in crowds by the dozens, but nevertheless, Nathan Masry banked all his money on unnaturally orange Garf-shaped pizzas and lasagnas. The outside of the storefront was painted orange with the founder's favorite Garfield catchphrase, "Love me, feed me, don't leave me." It's worth noting that this quote is incorrect, though he supposedly changed it because Jim Davis told him to never use the word never in marketing. I feel like maybe Jim Davis should have also told him to make the logo a little bit bigger on the sign.
It was made by a cat. A cat
everything,
this ride.
including his own original YouTube docuseries, which was, quote, inspired by Quibi. I don't think that phrase has ever been spoken before. We'll get to this docuseries later, as personally it's one of the most baffling and bizarre elements to this whole story, but for now let's get back to the restaurants. So Garfield Eats was receiving a ton of buzz online. There were photos of
Wait. I cannot stress this enough. Garfield Eats pizza is the worst food I have ever eaten in my entire life. I will think about it for as long as I live. It will haunt me. The next time I put a slice in my mouth, I will be worried it will taste like stale air and drywall dust.
A ton of buzz online. There were photos of the guy in a Garfield fursuit that would stand outside.
That's him. That's who makes the pizzas.
The store, the piles and piles of old unused merch that Disney shoved into the store in hopes of getting rid of it, and of course the unsettlingly orange cuisine. The menu included, of course, lasagna, Garfield's favorite food, pizza slathered with Garfield's special sauce, and bright orange Garfuccinos. Keep in mind they did not sell soda, which I believe is the universal accompaniment to pizza. They only sold orange juice, orange coffee, and smoothies. Frozen lasagna and coffee sounds like a recipe for indigestion. Aside from the odd menu choices, the food itself wasn't reviewed very favorably, in fact quite the opposite. So we live in Toronto and just got access to the monstrosity of Garfield Eats, so of course our friends ordered a Garfield Garita and a Garnivore. Both were utterly repulsive and smelled like death. The pizza wobbles in a way that can only be described as ominous and unsettling. Also, the Garfield Garita was a shitty cheese pizza, nothing like a margarita, and the Garnivore was just a nightmare to behold. The sauce is a horrifying baby food orange and tastes nothing of tomatoes and possibly smells worse than anything else. Our entire D&D group felt horrible afterwards, so our DM ordered real pizza and we popped Tums like candy. We did it for the meme and it was not worth it. I would read you more reviews, but reviews for the actual storefront.
Terrible food. Just avoid it and go to another food shop nearby. This is not a spam review as I live in Toronto.
Are scarce because A, it's not around anymore, so all the Google reviews are gone, and B, even when they were.
Wait a minute. Dough was not cooked properly and chewy. Cheese was placed badly and was very chewy, was dripping with something and tasted like garbage. Oh no. Oh. This is a hateful review with bad intent. An account has been reported to Google for irrelevancy and appears not to be a genuine customer from our database. We apologize to our fans. Please be mindful and skeptical of all Google reviews which are relevant. Love me, feed me, don't leave me. That's crazy.
The founder would take down negative reviews and post fake 5-star ones. He often brings up a story about how someone left a 1-star review and said to make a Bugs Bunny restaurant instead of a Garfield restaurant, and how he had to pay top dollar for an SEO agency to remove that one review. So this isn't some false defamatory claim, he's openly admitted to doing this. That same article also includes the wonderful quote, and someone else also from Bugs Bunny on Google Review. That's why I wrote an article called Google Reviews Destroy Young Entrepreneurship. Check it out on Google. Just Google the article, Google Reviews Destroy Young Entrepreneurship. In general, the food was described as cheap, bland, and disturbingly orange, though in more severe cases actively repulsive, emanating a foul odor, and even harmful for human consumption. To be fair, I don't want to over-exaggerate and say it was all bad, as plenty of people found their meals satisfactory, but overall the reception was fairly negative. Many people found the physical storefront to be strange as well, since there were no tables and chairs, and customers would have to take their meals home or to the park to eat them. It seemed for the most part that the storefront served as a dumping ground for Disney to get rid of their old unused Garfield movie merchandise, since they recently acquired rights to the company that owned the movie.
That sign
And probably
says pizza, lasagna, coffee. It's such a horrible combination.
Get rid of their old unused Garfield movie merchandise, since they recently acquired rights to the company that owned the movie and probably had a warehouse full of freaky CGI Garf shirts to hawk off. But the food wasn't the only problem that customers had with Garfield Eats. Since the company started as a food delivery network, naturally it had its own app where customers could order the food to their doorsteps. Sounds simple enough, but you're forgetting that this isn't just an app, it's an intergaging mobile experience. Presumably because the founder wanted Garfield Eats to be under the tech company label, the app had AR games and Garfield episodes available to play and watch while you ordered in the app, with some being locked behind a paywall. There was an in-app currency called Pause, a constant audio track which supposedly couldn't be turned down or off, and goupons. Alongside pizza and lasagna, you could also order Garfield movie box sets and comic books with your order. Also, this is a side note, but apparently someone went into the store and tried to buy the big $300 Garfield, but they turned them down and told them it was for serious collectors only. Ouch. Before we move on to the downfall of Garfield Eats, I'd just like to list off some miscellaneous oddities. In July of 2020, they issued a confusing press release where they urged failing restaurants and ghost kitchens to flip their businesses into Garfield Eats, presumably trying to expand their brand like a McDonald's chain or something. This press release also contains the bold quote, "The main revenue generator that drives the food sales are the merchandise. No other restaurant like Garfield can appeal to the customer in regard to merch, which brings the average ticket sale to 55."
Sorry. Okay, I'll come back. It was for the bit. I was being funny. The video's not over. Hee hee.
$5 rather than $15 like McDonald's and other traditional fast food chains from the 50s. That time, fellow Garfield enthusiast Quentin Reviews brought the giant Garfield plush, was mailed a bag of sand instead, had a nightmarish time trying to get the plush back, and then had a press release written about him where they called him Quentin Reviewer. From Reddit user Quantum Fireball, quote, "The descriptions for the french fries include rich with half your daily vitamin C intake, magnesium, copper, and iron. 1 potato a day keeps Garfield closer today." Despite claiming everything is so healthy, they list nutritional information with fat content curiously omitted. There was a red carpet opening for the Dubai store where they introduced tech company ideas such as Garfield Eats drone delivery service. And lastly, Nathan Masry had planned to launch Garfield Eats in 200 locations by 2025. While you process all that, let's move on to the downfall of Garfield Eats. Buckle in.
Buckle in, chat.
On Friday the 22nd of May 2020, employees found themselves physically locked out of the Garfield Eats store by the landlord, presumably over a rent dispute of some kind. Almost immediately after, a press release was posted to the Garfield Eats Twitter account. Immediate release. Unempathetic landlord locks our favorite cartoon-themed restaurant during COVID-19. A Canadian landlord destroys young entrepreneurship. May 20th, Garfield Eats, world's first Garfield-themed restaurant known for Garfield-shaped pizzas, big lasagnas, and Garfuccino coffee in Toronto with a pop-up store at 995 Bloor Street West that has turned into a nightmare for the beloved cat and the young founder Nathan Masry, who is also a social media influencer in entrepreneurship with over 115,000 followers and advocate against homelessness. Garfield has entertained the world for 41 years and a heartless landlord has shown no form of appreciation to the beloved cartoon. Naturally, the fans cried out in outrage, and after an outpouring of support and a lengthy 4-hour dispute, Garfield Eats was reopened. On the topic, Nathan Masry wrote, quote, "The only weapon I have is the Garfield fans. When I speak, the whole world listens." This kerfuffle was reported on by many news outlets as the restaurant had become a pretty popular meme and source of entertainment for those following the drama online. However, despite all the support from the fans, it wasn't enough to save the restaurant from its tyrannical landlord. On November 12th, one of the darkest days in Canadian history, Garfield Eats issued a press release revealing that the Toronto storefront would be shutting down. Garfield Eats closed its storefront last Monday. We hate Mondays anyway, but aggressively continues with its e-commerce operations selling merchandise and frozen big cow lasagnas, only which you can throw in the oven anything. Removing all other menu items and specializing in lasagna, one popular product everyone loves, so is Garfield since 1978. No landlord can take that recipe away from us. Who needs another brick and mortar anyways? No one's looking to open up, but rather work digitally and smarter. Nathan,
this is the worst press release I've ever heard in my life. Somebody shut him up. Bro ain't cooking shit.
Masry also wrote on the topic, quote, "We have always paid the rent and ready to disclose bank statement and proof of transfers made to the landlord since the lockdown in March 2020, but he wanted more, more and more. He is simply greedy after we updated his entire filthy restaurant." Garfield fans across the internet mourned together, their favorite restaurant / meme now nothing but a distant memory. Summing up the existence of the restaurant pretty well, Ayla Oaks wrote on medium.com, quote, "Perhaps the biggest problem with his business model was the market segments it targeted. Though its signage and color scheme don't hint at anything more than a novelty store, the rest of its branding spreads itself far too thin. Garfield Eats is very proud of its farm-to-table ingredients, its charitable efforts, and its delivery service. If Garfield Eats wants to be a delivery business, it should focus on doing that well. If it wants to be a health food store, it should brand accordingly. If it wants to be a tourist attraction, it should place its store in the vicinity of tourists. I can't imagine there's much overlap between Garfield fanatics, health nuts, children, and Blaucourt Village locals." True to his word, however, Nathan Masry kept Garfield Eats running in app form as he had done for years prior. To this day, it's still available in a few select locations, and Strange Aeons even made a video where she tried out the big cow lasagna from the app, and it certainly looked... well, it certainly...
I'm at a loss for words. Chat, there's no way. That is not the Garfield lasagna. Why does it look like that? Chat. Oh my god, you gotta be shitting me. Yeah, no, that's what we'll all be doing after we eat the fucking Garfield lasagna.
Looked, but our fearless leader Nathan Masry, youngest ever Garfield licensee, owner of the world's first Garfield orange suit, and creator of Garfield's special sauce, was not gonna take this lying down. He had a desire, nay, a duty to engage the public. Enter Scooby-Doo Eats. Yes, that's right. After the closure and subsequent fade into obscurity of Garfield Eats, the founder started another licensed cartoon food service, which was basically just Garfield Eats with different packaging. He had an identical suit made in Scooby-Doo colors, repackaged the same big cow lasagna meal, and basically kept all the branding the same. To accompany the product launch, he released a YouTube video titled The Official Scooby-Doo Eats Launch, featuring guests such as a Velma cosplayer from TikTok and cartoon reviewer Phantom Strider. I don't know. So the licensed Character Eats franchise is still alive and well, despite the fact that I don't know who in the year 2021 would spend like up to $50 on a Scooby-Doo / Garfield Eats frozen meal delivery. This all leads to one final burning, baffling, confusing, totally bizarre question. What the hell was this? Who even is the founder? Was this all real? Or was this some sort of elaborate marketing stunt or psychological experiment? Well, let's talk about it. The question of whether or not Nathan Masry and Garfield Eats is satire or not is one that troubles me deeply. Revisiting that Quibi-inspired docu-series of his, it's hard to shake the feeling that his entire persona and media presence is satire, at least within this video. He openly treats his employees like complete shit, forgets their names, there's this running gag where he's all hyped up and obsessed with Garfuccinos, he goes on rants about having to pay his employees minimum wage, it all feels like an episode of The Office or something. The entire thing feels totally scripted and so unbelievably on the nose that it has to be parody, and the same thing goes for a lot of his media appearances. He says all these super outlandish and silly things and his entire persona feels like some sort of cartoon villain, and yet there's no way this is all satire. The man really is a Garfield licensee who owns multiple locations throughout the globe, and for a short time he genuinely did manage the Garfield Eats storefront. He's been doing this for years and has never dropped the act or let the mask slip, and that's going pretty far for a satire character. I asked Quentin Reviews, who has personally spoken to Nathan on multiple occasions, whether he believed it was a parody, and he didn't think so. From what I've heard, he likely funded his businesses through his incredibly rich father's money, and while he managed to snag a licensing deal with Paws Inc., Viacom and Nickelodeon have been—
I love that he feels the need to wear AirPods visibly when he's being filmed. Also, look at those eyes. His eye, like, they're too, like, those are predator eyes. Like, I don't like them. Well, yeah, why did he point at us like that? I don't know. I don't like him.
Far less enthusiastic about the whole deal. They forbade him to open any more physical stores after the Toronto one shut down, and they apparently regularly ghost him to the point where he put out the Garfield smile masks without any permission because they never responded to his request to get them approved for sale. He's basically gone totally rogue, and for whatever reason none of the companies associated with Garfield have been able to do anything about him, possibly because of some sort of contract. The founder has also posted some really very not good QAnon-y and denial-y posts, which I won't get into, but obviously that shit is ridiculous and harmful and very not good. Please get vaccinated. It's all of these elements that make me so confused about him, despite the fact that I think he plays up—
Stop fucking pointing. Quit pointing at me.
His character in some videos, I struggle to believe that this guy could play this complex satirical parody character for years to the point where he's writing books and opening new licensed businesses in character. I think he's genuinely like this, and that confuses me most of all. How could any of the companies connected to Garfield tolerate all of this happening when in the span of just a single year he's made the brand look like a complete joke? Well, that's a question that I don't know whether we'll ever get the answer to. This topic leaves me with so many questions, so I really want to know what you guys think. Have you ever actually ordered from Garfield Eats, and if so, what was it like? Do you think that Nathan Masry is secretly some marketing genius and that Garfield Eats was just an elaborate marketing stunt? Or is he a very strange man haphazardly running a poorly—
You can't. You can't. You just can't. No. No. No.
managed and poorly conceptualized Garfield restaurant which failed because of its rancid bright orange carnivore pizzas. I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments. Before I sign off, I'll read out a poem that Nathan wrote dedicated to Viacom that he posted on his Instagram story a short while ago. Oh my Viacom, at 27, my dream started with Jim Davis. It was an orange life full of daisies. I opened Garfield Eats to take it from west to east, but my dear Viacom, you rehomed the fat cat, leaving me out and cold, with Odie and the fat cat, along with 400 licensees, not knowing what our destiny will be for our proud restaurant indeed. Oh my Viacom, our land monster made headline news. The virus left Garfield Eats with no clues. Rather than to pack our bags and move on with our rules, you can hear the fans' cries and their eyes full of tears. Jim Davis told me it will be okay. Hang in there with the cat and don't quit, okay? I said, okay Godfather, I trust you like my own father. Oh my Viacom, finally you gave me what I need today. Indeed, what an orangey blessing day. You made movies I love, you raised me up, you believe in me, like no other. Oh my Viacom, this time love me, feed me, don't leave me, and I shall make you proud worldwide. And don't forget, I am your youngest hashtag Garfield licensee, winky face. Take care of me at youth. I'll take care of you in your golden years.
What? What?
Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. This topic is one that I've been wanting to cover for a long time. Obviously, Garfield fan. It was kind of inevitable, but honestly, this is one of the most confusing ones I've covered. I have so
really make you think. What? Good lord. Huh? Okay, well, that's insane. I don't like. Also, his name is spelled Nathen. So that's fun. What? Okay. Let's see here. We're going for about 2 hours. Let's do one. Let's find a long video. Let's do one more, but let's make it long. Makes you think things like, huh, and what, and huh, and what? Okay, I want to watch the Disney's Fast Pass episode of Defunctland, but I don't know if we've already watched that one. Have I forced you all to watch the Fast Pass video? Okay, listen, the Fast Pass video has 19 million views. Everyone and their mom has seen it, but it's really good. It's really good. Want to read some very cool sci-fi? That depends how much reading is involved. Let me see here. When does this season of Defunctland start? I know for a fact I forced you all to watch the Wiggles video, so we won't watch the Wiggles video again, but let's watch some true YouTube iconography, shall we?
How much do you know about lines?
This is the YouTube video of all time, to be quite honest with you.
A line, or a queue, is an organized group of people, or in this case dots, waiting their turn for some thing. The amount of time it takes to get from the start of the queue to the end of the queue is the wait time. In its simplest form, the wait time is affected by 2 factors, the service rate and the arrival rate. The service rate is the rate at which people get pulled from the queue to do the thing. The arrival rate is the rate at which people arrive to the queue. Speed up the service, and the wait time decreases. Increase the arrival rate, and the wait time increases. At its core, this is all a line is. How fast do people get in line, and how fast do they get out? But in any real-world scenario, queues become anything but simple, and there's no
the
better
Fast Pass
showcase of this
vid? Hell yeah, it
complexity than
is.
the Disney parks. Disney is world famous not only for their wait times, but for the bold strategies that they have implemented to cut them down. To truly understand this topic,
This
it
is
is
the
not enough to
Fast Pass
simply
video.
learn the history. We must deep dive into the technicalities and psychology of queuing, and fully examine the many ways that Disney has tried to tackle the issue of lines. And unfortunately, there is no fast pass for this explanation. So without further wait, let's take an excruciatingly deep dive into everybody's least favorite aspect of theme parks.
Mad delay on my stream. My apologies, original gangster. It's okay. I love you anyway. Created by Kevin Perjurer, our Lord and Savior.
On October 1st, 1971, Walt Disney World opened to the public with 2 resort hotels and 1 theme park, the Magic Kingdom. Within the first year of opening, Walt Disney World began to experience the problem that had long plagued Disneyland Park in Anaheim.
It's just high arrival time.
2 of the most dreaded waits were for the 20,000 Leagues
funny
Under
as
the
fuck.
Sea ride and the Country Bear Jamboree show. The wait for 20,000 Leagues consistently sat at 1 hour, and the wait for the Country Bear Jamboree could go over an hour on busier days. This might be surprising to you if you visited the parks recently. Today, the Country Bear Jamboree almost never fills its theater, and 20,000 Leagues no longer exists. However, when Magic Kingdom opened, these 2 attractions had some of the longest waits in the park. This can be explained by looking at the arrival rate and service rate of these attractions.
I wonder how many times Kevin Perjurer has been to Disney World.
The service rate for theme park attractions is generally measured in hourly capacity, or how many guests can board an attraction within 1 hour. 20,000 Leagues was a low-capacity attraction, only able to accommodate around 1,200 guests per hour. Compare this to the Haunted Mansion, which can accommodate around 2,800 guests per hour. This difference was due to their ride systems. The Haunted Mansion is a continuously operating Omnimover system, while 20,000 Leagues could only seat 40 guests in each submarine and could only operate up to 9 submarines at a time. So in a 12-hour day at the park, over 33,000 guests could ride the Haunted Mansion, while only around 14,000 guests could ride 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Looking at this difference another way, if 1,000 guests were in line for both attractions, the wait time for the Haunted Mansion would be 35 minutes, while the wait time for 20,000 Leagues would be 1 hour and 20 minutes. The Country Bear Jamboree had an even lower capacity than 20,000 Leagues, but its issue was less in its service rate and more in its arrival rate. While the capacity of a ride is determined by design and operation, the arrival rate is mainly determined by guest demand. This demand can be influenced by such factors as the quality of the ride and the marketing done for the attraction. The demand and capacity relationship is somewhat similar
Will any
to
of
the
this be on the
relationship between
quiz?
supply
I'm not going
and
to tell
demand
you,
of a
so that way you
product,
write all of it
except
down
rather
anyway.
than determining price and quantity, demand and capacity determine wait times and number of riders. Today, once a guest has entered a Disney theme park, they are able to ride any attraction they choose, but there are only so many operating hours each day, so time becomes a currency that they must spend. For instance, a guest might want to ride the Jungle Cruise if the wait were 30 minutes, but that same guest might not want to ride the attraction if the wait was 1 hour. In queuing, this is called balking, when someone decides not to wait in a queue due to its length. This can reduce
Can't
wait
believe
times
there's,
by
like,
turning
queuing
people away
science.
that were not determined to experience the attraction. The situation becomes even more complicated when guests are spending both their time and money to ride rides. When it opened, Walt Disney World utilized a ticket book system, in which guests needed to purchase tickets both to enter the park and to ride the majority of the park's attractions,
Ugh,
with each
that's
attraction distinguished
horrendous.
with a letter A through E, with E being the most thrilling and popular attractions. This was the same system used at Disneyland, and it became so well known that the term e-ticket became a common phrase to refer to something as premium or exciting. By charging guests more to ride the popular attractions, Disneyland was able to
Oh yeah,
curb
by the
demand
way,
for these rides.
twitch.tv/frogberries is an e-ticket attraction. I'm gonna have to be coming through in the next couple of minutes to make sure everybody has their tickets so that I can punch holes in them so that you can use them tonight only and never again. You will have to pay again next stream if you want to come back. Just letting everybody know, which everybody was familiar with the policy, so there should be no non-ticket holders in the crowd right now.
Rides.
Right?
However, at Walt Disney World, this system often had the opposite effect. When the resort opened, guests knew little about the park's unique attractions, but they already understood the A through E ticket system. So when visitors made their decisions, they often looked at how Disney ranked and priced their own attractions.
This is
the Country Bear
crazy.
Jamboree, a musical show with animatronic characters unknown to guests, was listed as an E-ticket, while the Mickey Mouse Revue, a musical show with animatronic characters well known to guests, was listed as a D-ticket. This led many guests to assume that the Country Bear Jamboree was the better show, resulting in a false demand, leading to longer lines.
That's
this
fucked.
false demand was recognized by a Disney employee named Bruce Laval. Laval graduated from the University of Florida.
Why do all Disney higher-ups look exactly the same? This man looks like Michael Eisner and Bob Iger fused. Hold on, my ticket is clearly a C ticket that I drew on another line to make it an E. Something's wrong with this ticket. I can't figure it out. Carrie, did you get a haircut? Is that the problem here? because they're white Floridians. Excellent point.
With an MBA specializing in operations research, and he joined Walt Disney World right as the resort opened in 1971 as an industrial engineer. Industrial engineers are specialized in studying and optimizing complex systems and processes, finding ways to make systems more efficient, a field that Disney was increasingly relying on as their theme parks became more complex and broader. Industrial engineers to utilize computer simulations to optimize systems. Impressive, considering at the time, computers looked like this.
Okay, as long as you saw her buy the ticket, I guess it's fine.
The false demand being created by the A through E ticket system and argued for its removal. The idea made it almost to the testing phase for Magic Kingdom when top Disney executives, resistant to change, learned of the plan and shut it down. However, it was soon decided that Disney's third theme park, Epcot Center, would not use the A through E ticket system, so the decision was made to discontinue the system at both Disneyland and Walt Disney World as well. After the switch, Laval's theory was proven. Wait times at e-tickets went down, and more guests visited the underutilized attractions. Long lines were by no means eliminated from the guest experience after the A through E ticket system was discontinued. In fact, lines were the #1 guest complaint at all 3 Disney parks. This is why when Disney opened its first international park, Tokyo Disneyland, in 1983, many within the company were surprised.
I used to work with this girl. I used to work at Hot Topic. And I used to work with this girl who was obsessed with Epcot. Like the Epcot ball, like she made it a point to visit Disney parks as often as she could. And I worked there around the time that not like when, like, I did work there when COVID restrictions were starting to lift up, when it was like way too early to like lift up COVID restrictions, but like a little while after that, when things were like actually like safer, she started talking to me about her plans in the coming years to like go back to Disney. And she like literally she had like a whole chart of like all like the rides that she wanted to hit and like the order that she was going to park hop in, where exactly she was going to stay, what, like she had all of her plans down to the minute. Like she was one of those like super experienced, like knows exactly like how to plan a Disney trip with type of people. And she was like, she loved Epcot. Obsessed with Epcot. I think about her sometimes.
The patience and endurance of Japanese tourists to withstand long lines, especially when compared to Americans. This is because different cultures have different reactions to queuing, with Americans tending to be some of the most impatient, right up there with the French, which Disney would learn soon enough. Also, people's reactions to queues change significantly over time, and the Disney parks have played a major role in this evolution. The most common type of queue at Disney is called the switchback queue, in which guests snake back and forth in a zigzag motion. This was pioneered by Disney's Imagineers at the 1964 New York World's Fair. The lines for Disney's attractions at the fair were long and out of control, so Disney developed the switchback concept, which organized and condensed.
Of course, Disney executives couldn't recognize the institutionalized discrimination when it was labeled A through E, colored and stamped. You know, I mean, like, I don't see the problem. What do you mean? I don't see a problem. Oh my God. Disney executives. When I was younger, I really wanted to go to Disney World. That was like the thing I wanted to do when I graduated high school. It's okay. I unautomated you. Nowadays, though, not only do I not want to go to a Disney park, I don't want to be within a stone's throw of the state of Florida. You couldn't pay me. I can't. I think not only should we annex Florida, we should all take saws and like saw through the ground and like make it float away. Like it should be gone. Like goodbye.
Line. Reportedly, Walt Disney himself also felt the concept had a psychological benefit. Because guests were moving back and forth, they were face to face with other guests, allowing them to interact with strangers back when people were into that sort of thing. Switchback queues were...
When were people into that sort of thing? Give it back to Spain. Yeah, I mean, if Spain fucking wants it. I think Walt Disney was delusional and out of touch, because there ain't no fucking way.
were soon implemented throughout Disneyland, then at Walt Disney World, Epcot Center, and eventually everywhere. But since queuing is always evolving, by the mid-1980s, distaste for the switchback queue had grown. People were no longer tricked by its condensed nature,
Switchback, I
and
just
the
caught
endless
on to that.
zigzagging soon became grating. To combat this, Disney went back to the drawing board, coming up with a simple 3-tiered strategy to improve guest time in line. Number 1, keep waits to a maximum of 15 minutes. Number
Force
2,
of War and
if a
Lose are
guest
great
must
at
wait
that.
more than 15 minutes,
Damn.
give them entertainment, such as immersive queues and pre-show videos. Number 3, hide the queue from view, sectioning off different parts of the queue so the guests can't see how long the line really is until they've already waited in it. This strategy
That's
really came
fucked up.
down to
I don't
one
like
basic principle. If you remove the guest's ability to visualize the wait itself will feel shorter. In 1987, Bruce Lavelle was named the director of the studio tour for the soon-to-open Disney MGM Studios. The new theme park was designed to focus primarily on the tour of the new film and television production facilities being constructed alongside the park. So when Disney MGM opened in 1989, it had few attractions, and worse, few productions. What it did have was an excess of people. Crowds flocked to Disney MGM to find long lines and little to do. The issue was widely reported on, and when asked about the crowds, Lavelle said, quote, "You could have the greatest show in the world, but if you have a 3-hour wait out there, people are going to leave the park dissatisfied." Immediately
No
after
shit.
the article was published, the Orlando Sentinel received a call from a man named
I had a
Michael
panic
Eisner.
attack in line for one of the rides at Disney World. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? And my dad yelled at me for it. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm your dad now.
Who was the CEO of Disney at the time.
Damn.
Eisner assured the public, as well as the Disney employees quoted in Sunday's paper,
We can go
that
to
the park
Disney
would be
World, and then if
expanded with
any
more
of the
attractions,
lines
stating,
stress
quote,
you out,
"We do
we'll
not want
leave.
the
We'll
lines to be
jump
that
over
long.
the
We are trying to rectify
switchbacks.
that as soon as we can." In 1995, Lavelle was promoted to executive vice
New
president
dad
of
just
operations,
dropped.
now assuming responsibility for all park and resort operations.
I would
at
like
the
the
Disney
lamest
parks.
mug you
Lavelle
can
had held
find
many
on
different
Father's Day,
positions at the
please.
company, but his industrial engineering background had stayed with him, and the mounting issues with wait times led Lavelle and his team to develop something big. In the mid-1990s, Lavelle and his team began experimenting with the idea of transitioning certain attractions at the Disney parks to a reservation-only system. The idea was to give guests a reservation time for an attraction, so that they would not have to wait in line. Similar to a restaurant, guests would simply arrive at the attraction for their reservation and would be seated immediately. While the idea would eliminate waits for guests at the park's most popular attractions, there were obvious issues with the concept. First, it was nearly impossible to ensure that park guests arrived for their reservations on time. Often they would be doing something else around the park. When a guest would miss their reservation time, this would leave empty seats on the ride, therefore reducing the total capacity of the attraction. Second, if the attraction experienced downtime for any reason, then the guests holding reservations during this downtime would no longer be able to ride, as reservations for the rest of the day would already be filled. Or, if they were allowed on, the ride would now have a line of people for the rest of the day, defeating the point of the system. The idea was abandoned for these reasons, and it seemed that reservation-based attractions was a dead concept. This was until Lavelle had an epiphany, not while at work, but while on vacation. In 1997, Lavelle went on a skiing vacation in Colorado. While on the slopes, he observed the queue to get on the ski lift. Each lift chair held 4 people, and the queue was split into 2 lines, a regular line and a single rider line. Lavelle viewed how the single riders were squeezed into the empty seats on the ski lift when a party did not fill an entire chair. He realized that this was the compromise to the reservation-based system. Rather than a regular line and a single rider line, Lavelle could have a reservation-based system and a standby line. Whenever a guest would be late for the reservation, operators could take someone from the standby line so that the attraction would never lose capacity because of the ebbs and flows in guest behavior. Plus, if the attraction did experience downtime, then the ratio of reservation-based guests to standby riders could simply be adjusted to favor those that had reservations during the downtime. Despite the idea coming from the initial reservation-based concept, what Lavelle was proposing was closer to a virtual queue. A virtual queue functions similarly to a normal queue, just without the physical line. A common example of a virtual queue can be found in many quick-service restaurants, in which guests take a number and wait for their number to be called. Unlike reservations, this still retains the first-come, first-served nature of a physical line, but it removes the ability to visualize the wait, therefore increasing the quality of it. After returning from vacation, Lavelle pitched the concept to other executives, but he was met with skepticism. Believing in the idea, Lavelle proposed that he test the concept to prove that it could work. Using the newly opened Animal Kingdom due to its limited amount of attractions, testing began with a select group of guests who were given paper diaries to keep track of their day, including how long they waited in line. The test subjects were split into two groups, a control group and a group that would use the virtual queue system. The control group simply logged their day at the park, while the other group were told to approach cast members at attraction entrances, who would hand them a ticket with a return time on it. This return time was equal to the time that it would have taken guests to wait in line for the ride. The test subjects were then encouraged to explore the park and return at the time listed on the ticket, where they would then be allowed to skip the line. The test was a huge success. The virtual queue subjects were able to experience 25% more rides than the control group, and their wait times were reduced by 50%. The virtual queue subjects left the park much more satisfied and far more likely to return than the control group. If this was not convincing enough for executives, the tests also showed that those using the virtual queue system spent more of their time at gift shops and dining locations, resulting in more spending when compared to the control group. Executives approved the concept for further testing, which continued throughout early 1999, both at Disneyland and Walt Disney World. That summer, testing focused on Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom, which often had the park's longest wait. In these early tests, cast members were physically writing return times on cards and giving them to guests, while using handheld clicker counters to keep track of how many were handed out and how many guests returned. The tests were often haphazard and
Handheld
chaotic,
clicker
but they were
counters?
successful enough to prove that not only the system could work,
I don't
but it
wanna know
would
what that
make
looks
guests
like.
happier and more likely to spend money. Many within the company, including Laval, felt that the system should be free and available to all visitors so as not to create different classes of park guests, citing Walt Disney himself, who was known to wait in the park's lines with his guests. With the test labeled a success, executives approved the permanent installation of the new virtual queue
If
system,
I were
officially titled
waiting in line for a ride and getting fucking cranky, and then Walt Disney appeared in front of me, I think that would make my mood worse.
Hey! Did you know that you don't have to wait in line to ride some of your favorite attractions? Just look for the signs of selected attractions and insert your park ticket. You'll get a complimentary Fast Pass with the return ride time stamped right on it.
Guests who entered a Walt Disney World park in late 1999 were met with a brand new system, FastPass. On the surface, the system was simple. Guests would approach an attraction, where they would be able to view the posted standby wait time. If this was manageable, they could join the standby queue right away. However, if the wait was too long, they could instead choose to receive a FastPass at the kiosks placed outside of the attractions. Guests inserted their park admission tickets.
You would have been in front of me the whole
with a
time.
1-hour return window listed on it.
Sorry,
They
let
could
me
then enjoy the
correct.
rest of the
If I were waiting in line and getting cranky and then Walt Disney suddenly appeared behind me, I think that would make everything worse. Wait, hello, dear. I'm Walt Disney, you know. I couldn't help but notice you were stuck in line. That's fun.
park, and once the return
That sounds
window arrived,
horrible.
they would hand their ticket to an attendant and enter the FastPass queue, boarding the attraction with a minimal wait. Each guest could only hold one FastPass at a time, and they could not receive another until the return window had arrived. Behind the scenes, the system was far more complex. Each attraction's FastPass data would be stored on a local computer housed in each attraction, controlling the standby wait time display, keeping track of how many FastPasses have been handed out, and determining the return times being printed on each FastPass. The computer was connected to a server so all
Hold
wait
on.
times could
The handheld clicker thing. It's a rounded cube with two buttons, plus and minus, a reset, and a flippy doodad number screen, like one of the old alarm clocks with those number flaps. Oh, okay. That sounds too hard. I don't want to work at Disney.
could be monitored throughout the park, and so that the system would know when a guest had already been given a FastPass to prevent them from obtaining another. The system also allowed ride operators to tell the computer when an attraction was experiencing downtime, and in response, the kiosk would slow down or cease dispersing FastPasses until the attraction was operating again. Some cast members reported this feature not working properly or not implemented on some rides, resulting in ride operators having to go to the FastPass kiosk, manually disperse a stack of paper FastPasses so that return times were pushed back, and then immediately throw those FastPasses in the trash. When news broke on FastPass in the summer of 1999, Laval said, quote, "We are going to use it on 3, 4, or 5 attractions that historically have the longest lines at each park." By the end of the year, 13 attractions at Walt Disney World utilized FastPass, 5 at Magic Kingdom, 2 at Epcot, 5 at Disney MGM, and 3 at Animal Kingdom. In early 2000,
God, we've
FastPass
got-
was implemented in Disneyland
got
on
silly
3
guys in
attractions,
chat today.
Space Mountain, Splash Mountain, and Roger Rabbit's Cartoon
Why are there so
Spin,
many fucking
with
mountains at
plans to
Disneyland?
expand the program.
One way to keep it moving is called Disney's Fast Pass. Mi un favorito. Check
Mi un favorito.
Fast pass kiosk. Boom, boom. Kicks back your ride. Boom. Then you just come back to the ride at that time and giddy up. Pretty sweet little invention. Let's hit it.
FastPass was a
A
huge
sweet
learning
little
curve for
invention.
guests.
Let's hit it.
Despite heavy marketing, many guests did not know about the program, and even fewer understood it. In the early days, it was referred to as Disney's best-kept secret, and many guests waiting in standby lines were visibly and vocally frustrated to see priority being given to those that had FastPasses, believing that they were being skipped or cut in line, which, in a way, they were. Some people
Disney's best kept secret, and it's literally just a little paper that tells you to come back later.
People believed that FastPass was simply holding their place in the attractions line, which is not the case. The FastPass kiosk and ticket system was a virtual queue, so there was a first-come, first-served system built into the program, but that just determined guest return windows. Once guests redeemed their pass, that queue was over, and they were admitted to a new preferred queue that shared the service rate of the attraction with the standby line. The arrival of FastPass guests did affect the rate at which guests moved through the standby queue. There were a few exceptions to this, such as with Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom, which has 2 separate tracks. So, if operated as such, one track could be standby only, and the other could be FastPass only. If this is the case, then FastPass guests are not skipping or cutting the standby line, they essentially just have their own attraction, as there are 2 separate service rates, and the arrival of FastPass guests have no impact on the standby line. The main issues with implementing FastPass beyond the learning curve for guests was perfecting the technology for the kiosks and finding space in each attraction for 2 lines. Luckily, many attractions already had 2 lines, and guests were given the choice of either the left line or the right line when they entered.
On top of the
A
fast
common
passes.
advice from
I've never been
vacation
to Disney,
planners
so
was
I
to
wouldn't
always
know.
go
I'm just gonna
left,
take your word for
because
it.
the majority of people are right-handed and thus tended to go right, a phenomenon found outside of Disney's parks and studied by queuing experts for some
I'm
time.
left-handed.
Some attractions already had a split point, but not until later on in their queue. For instance, Space Mountain at Walt Disney World had a wide single-line hallway up to the ramp leading to the main show building. Here, a railing was added and all guests had to go to the right side, so that cast members could walk on the left. This made installing FastPass fairly simple, because Disney only needed to extend the railing to the beginning of the queue and build a staircase to the entrance so the left side and the right side remained split the entire time. Reviews from those guests that used FastPass were overwhelmingly positive. On average, guests that utilized the system waited 75% less throughout the day. A few skeptics believed that the system would increase standby waits significantly throughout the park. Laval responded to this concern saying, quote, "It's only a problem if they don't self-select. The only challenge has been getting people to understand FastPass." He added that, quote, "People go on to what you might consider the secondary attractions in that area of the ride they have FastPass for. We found
That's
that these
horrifying.
were typically attractions that they didn't go on before because they were spending too much time in line. This does increase rides per capita by backfilling less attended attractions." FastPass also had the potential, in certain situations, to reduce standby wait times, because it altered the arrival rate of popular attractions. By giving guests return windows, it spread out arrivals more evenly throughout the day, flattening the midday rush and reducing standby waits during this peak period. Those that loved FastPass argued that the system should be added to all of the rides in the park. Dale Stafford, VP of Operations Planning and Development for Walt Disney World, believed that this was not practical, saying, quote, "If you did it everywhere, you wouldn't have enough space in the park. Where would everyone go?" 1 year after FastPass was introduced, both guests and Disney officials were confident in labeling the program a massive success. Eisner said, quote, "They now have more time to spend money and to do other things. They're also a lot happier not having to wait in line." In August of 2000,
Thanks, Eisner.
FastPass was recognized by the Florida Engineering Society and was awarded a 2000 Governor's New Product Award. Laval said, quote, "FastPass continues to exceed our guest expectations. It's a free service and it's making their time in the parks more fun and productive." Laval retired in 2000 after 30 years with the company, with FastPass being his last major project. Perhaps the greatest success of FastPass was the name. It was catchy and concise, so much so that it immediately became a household name and a colloquialism for any sort of expedited line. It also pushed other parks to develop their own expedited queue systems, and it even inspired a hit song.
If you like it, then you should have got a fast pass. If you like it, then you
Hell yeah, brother.
Don't you hate on me because you came in last. If you like it, then you should have got a fast pass.
It was not long until touring experts started to learn the best practices for the FastPass system. For instance, guests still needed to arrive earlier in the day to receive FastPasses with optimal return times. If a guest arrived at the park's opening, they could receive a FastPass with the return window only an hour away. However, by midday, many FastPass return times could be 4 to 5 hours in the future, and on busier days, FastPasses for popular attractions would run out by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While the system itself worked well, there were a few issues. One was the decision to not allow guests to receive another FastPass until the return window arrived. This left many guests upset when they went to get a FastPass for an attraction, only to realize that the return window was hours away and they could not get another FastPass until then. The solution to this was allowing guests to receive an additional FastPass 2 hours after receiving their initial one. Some less than honest guests found that they could simply keep their FastPasses from previous days or trips and reuse them over and over again. To combat this, Disney changed the design of FastPass tickets to more clearly show the date, although this did not entirely curb the practice. Others found ways to best the system to get as many FastPasses as possible. Guests found that some attractions did not communicate with the rest of the park's computers. So if they were to get a FastPass from one of these rogue attractions, they would not communicate that the guest already held a FastPass and they could therefore obtain another.
Spin. Get it? Because it's like about a car.
Creative ways. For instance, guests obtaining a FastPass for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Play It might have received a special ticket inviting them to sit in one of the special contestant seats at the attraction. Sometimes the kiosks were used to direct people to other attractions by giving them a bonus FastPass, such as the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, which sometimes dispensed bonus FastPasses for Mickey's PhilharMagic. On February 17, 2003, the 100 millionth FastPass was distributed to the Dillon family of Atlanta, who were given a special golden FastPass that allowed them FastPass access to all attractions at the resort. Mike Dillon said, quote, "Things like this don't happen to the Dillons."
Uh-oh.
On a particularly stormy night in the year 1871, Jebediah Dillon stowed away on a cargo ship named the Queen.
Ain't no fucking way that this man looked at this whole family history. You're making this shit up.
Marge, which would soon navigate the tumultuous waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Bound for the... Whoa, I think I lost my thread here. Sorry about that. Where was I? By 2003, FastPass had grown significantly to 26 attractions at Walt Disney World. 5 at Animal Kingdom, 6 at Disney MGM, 5 at Epcot, and 10 at Magic Kingdom. Disneyland Resort now had a total of 16 FastPass attractions, 9 at Disneyland, and 7 at California Adventure.
You talking about the
attractions was due less to logistics and more to the monetary benefits of the system. During the late 90s and early 2000s, Paul Pressler, the chairman of Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, had instituted drastic cost-cutting measures, slashing budgets across the board to increase profits. At the same time, Pressler, whose background was in retail, dramatically increased the amount of shopping and merchandise carts throughout the parks. FastPass was a quick fix in many ways. Not only did the system promise to get guests out of line and into gift shops, but FastPass itself could be marketed far and wide as if it were a new attraction, during a time when Disney didn't have anything else to promote. For a period of time in the mid-2000s, FastPass was used as a perk for vacation packages, namely ones booked through AAA, which allowed guests access to what was referred to as Enhanced FastPass, which removed the 2-hour limit on guest tickets, allowing them to obtain as many FastPasses as available, with the only restriction being that they could not receive multiple passes for the same attraction until the first pass for that attraction had expired. With this, guests could enter Disneyland Park in the morning, obtain a FastPass for every FastPass attraction in the park, exit Disneyland Park, walk over to California Adventure, obtain a FastPass for every FastPass attraction at that park, and now, holding 16 FastPasses, have the best day ever, with the only downside being that they now have to experience 7 attractions at a mid-2000s California Adventure. The over-implementation of FastPass did exactly what Stafford had predicted, and walkways at the parks were more congested than ever. This was especially noticeable at Disneyland, which is a much smaller park in comparison to the Magic Kingdom. The park was designed to have people waiting in line, but now, with most attractions using FastPass, guests found themselves wading through a sea of people, all waiting for their return time to arrive. Also, standby waits for high-capacity attractions, such as Pirates of the Caribbean and Haunted Mansion, were noticeably increased with FastPass. In 2002, Paul Pressler resigned to model for The Gap, where he would also serve as CEO. He was replaced by the chairman of Disneyland Paris, Jay Rasulo. When Rasulo and other management took over, they reevaluated Disneyland's FastPass system, determining that the best solution was to begin removing FastPasses from certain attractions. At Disneyland, Pirates of the Caribbean, Winnie the Pooh, and Star Tours had its FastPass kiosks removed, and Haunted Mansion's FastPass would only be utilized for Haunted Mansion Holiday. In California Adventure, It's Tough to Be a Bug and Muppet Vision had their FastPasses removed as well.
It really is tough to be a bug, huh?
Magic Kingdom would have its FastPass removed. While FastPass worked well on some rides and did increase customer satisfaction significantly, the over-implementation within the first few years of its debut seemed to be clear proof that it was a bad idea to put FastPass everywhere.
Part 4. Put FastPass everywhere.
It is now September of 2007. It has been 2 years since Bob Iger became the CEO of Disney after an embattled Michael Eisner resigned. FastPass has just turned 8 years old, and Jay Rasulo is still heading the
Very
parks division.
2007
it has also
haircut.
been recently announced that Disney was patenting a technology that would utilize a centralized computer system to manage FastPass tickets throughout Walt Disney World and Disneyland, allowing guests to obtain FastPasses from their mobile devices, which at the time looked like this. So most of the plans relied on sending text messages to guests. The patent application also stated that the new system could allow, quote, spending per guest at hotels to determine hierarchies of access to FastPass. Disney stated publicly that they had no plans to change FastPass at the moment, merely that they were monitoring how to take advantage of technological developments. However, within the company, executives were formulating plans for a massive project in complete secrecy.
I'm tired. I even took a nap today. Like I took an hour and a half long nap, and I'm like,
officials formed an exploratory committee to determine
so
how
sleepy.
the ongoing technological revolution could reinvent the guest experience. Like Walt Disney and Imagineers in the 1960s and like Bruce Laval in the 1990s, discussions once again centered on how to improve crowd control and wait times. The group was exploring multiple concepts when one member had an epiphany. While on a flight, VP of Business Development John Padgett was browsing through the in-flight magazine Sky Mall when he came across a magnetic wristband that promised to improve balance and reduce joint pain. This was of course a scam, but it gave Padgett an idea. What if Disney park guests had their own wristband that contained technology that they could use around the park? It would be like a magic wristband, so naturally they
Don't go to
called
sleep.
it
I still have to
the
wash my dishes.
Experience
Okay.
Band, or X-Band for short. The team opened a testing space for X-Band in the abandoned Body Wars attraction in the Wonders of Life Pavilion at Epcot. After an ideation phase, Disney CEO Bob Iger was given a tour where the team explained their idea for the X-Band. Their proposal was to house an RFID tag inside the band that would allow guests to interact with touch points throughout the park. The X-Band could act as guest park tickets or their hotel room keys. They could even use it as a credit card. When Iger was shown the technology, he was impressed enough to give the project a proper budget. In 2008, development officially began on Disney Next Gen Experience, an initiative that promised to bring the guest experience into the modern age. This encompassed multiple strategies, ranging from reinventing the way guests order food at the parks to experimenting with different queue types to increase guest enjoyment while in line. Perhaps the most ambitious part of Next Gen was My Magic Plus, a complete overhaul of Walt Disney World's technological infrastructure and the introduction of a new website
I
and
feel
mobile
my
application.
brain cells like
Ever wish you could
melting
get the
together.
magic of the
Ew!
parks right
White
at your
woman jump
fingertips?
scare.
Wait, what is this?
Thanks to Disney Parks.
This is not My Magic Plus. I don't know what this is.
Introducing Mobile Magic, a magical app that will turn your Verizon mobile phone into
Exclusive to Verizon.
and it's super easy to use. Just touch characters. Look, Mickey, just down
Oh gosh, I forgot about this. Okay, so real quick, in 2009, Disney and Verizon partnered on a new mobile app named Mobile Magic that allowed guests to see a map of the park, view show times, and play trivia for $9.99 every 180 days. Jeez. And you had to send a text message to download the app? Most impressive, the app allowed users to view wait times and FastPass return times from their phone, with real-time information from the park's computer system. They could not book or view their FastPasses from the app, but this was still a powerful tool for the time, and it had a valuable feature. Guests could now balk at an attraction's wait time from the other side of the park. Understanding the power the app had over guest decisions, Disney began to inflate posted wait times to point guests in certain directions. For instance, if there were too many people in Tomorrowland, Space Mountain's posted wait time might be adjusted to 90 minutes despite the actual wait only being 60, in order to dissuade guests from visiting the crowded area of the park. This also served the additional function of improving guest satisfaction, as actual waits were almost always shorter than posted waits. And it gave ride operators a buffer in the event of delays or downtime.
Listen, here's the thing. If you're like having a difficult time managing your multi-billion-dollar theme park, just start lying. Just start lying. Can you imagine if they had a tracker on mascots so people could find them anywhere in the park? Don't they? I think they do. Or at least like they have a thing that will tell you like what the lines are like to get pictures with the mascots. So that you can I think that's a thing. I think it's already a thing.
It is unclear when the strategy began, but it would become an integral part of My Magic Plus's
I
crowd
don't
control
fucking know.
features when the
I've
new
never
app
been to
launched.
Disney. I have no
In
idea.
November of 2009, 2 years into the development of Next Gen Experience, it was announced that Jay Rasulo would become the CFO of the Walt Disney Company, switching places with then CFO Tom Staggs, who would be taking Rasulo's position as the head of the Disney parks. The switch was Iger's decision, and it was done to see which executive adjusted better to their new role. This was a way to help Iger determine his successor, as he planned to retire from the company.
Who is that?
in
She's pretty.
2015. Staggs was inheriting the Next Gen program.
Step
and My
aside,
Magic
you
Plus, and the
crumbling
pressure was
raisin of a man.
immediately on for
Who
him
is
to
that?
deliver on the team's plans, which had only become more ambitious. Not only did the Next Gen team want to reinvent park tickets and hotel keys, they wanted to completely overhaul FastPass as well. The new system would be titled XPass, and it was a key feature of Next Gen's Guaranteed Experience initiative. The philosophy
I love the
behind
letter
Guaranteed
X.
Experiences was to increase
Wait,
customer
go back. I
satisfaction.
was looking away. Yeah, hold on. Just for you, Cherry.
It was announced that Jay Rasulo would become the CFO of the Walt Disney Company, switching places with then CFO Tom Staggs, who would be taking Rasulo's position as the head of the Disney parks. The switch was Iger's decision, and it was done to see which executive adjusted better to their new role. This was a way to help Iger.
Beautiful, beautiful, wonderful woman. I don't know who these literal fossils are in the center and to the right, but yeah, I hope she's doing great today.
Determine his successor, as he planned to retire from the company in 2015. Staggs was inheriting the Next Gen program and My Magic Plus, and the pressure was immediately
Hello,
on for
madam.
him to deliver on the team's plans, which had only become more ambitious. Not only did the Next Gen team want to reinvent park tickets and hotel keys, they wanted to completely overhaul FastPass as well. The new system would be titled XPass, and it was a key feature of
I'm
Next
sick of
Gen's
the letter
Guaranteed
X.
Experience
I'm
initiative.
so sorry.
The
I'm sick of
philosophy
it.
behind Guaranteed Experiences was to increase customer satisfaction and guest retention at the resort by removing unwanted variability in vacations. The program sought to ensure that guests would be able to eat at their favorite restaurants and ride their favorite rides during their trip. This is where XPass came in. Guests would now be able to book multiple fast passes before they arrived at the park, and rather than using paper tickets, they would use their X bands to enter the expedited queue.
Hopefully one of their head leaders or a daughter, because she's way too young to be one of their wives. No, I think they're like she's probably like also a higher up. I think. I don't understand. I don't know why they'd be taking a picture like that with like the champagne and shit. If not, that's what I choose to believe.
2011, news broke on XPass, mainly focusing on a rumor that FastPass would cost money. People took that great.
That doesn't
Despite
count
the
because it's a
uproar,
Greek letter
the rumor
pronounced like
turned out to
key.
not be true, at least not entirely. FastPass would still be available to everyone, but priority access would be given to those staying at a Walt Disney World Resort hotel. The plan was for guests to
Priority
be
of
able
the
to book between
priority.
2 and 4 fast
This is a
passes
nightmare
before they
state.
arrived. The specific number would be different for each park and would vary based on attendance. On the busiest days at Magic Kingdom, guests would only be allowed to book 3 fast passes, but on most days, they would be able to book 4.
Yeah, no, that girl that I worked with at Hot Topic, she knew exactly what time to log into Disney to book her fast passes on which days. Like she was on another level, dude.
However, at Epcot, which had significantly less attractions, guests would only get to book 2 fast passes on busy days, while most days they would get to book 3. The times for the reservations would be determined by guest preferences. Guests would input which attractions they wanted to ride, and an itinerary would be created with fast passes to optimize guest flow throughout the park. When paired with the rest of the next-gen technology, this had the potential to radically redesign crowd control. There was just one problem. Actually, there were 1,000 problems, but this was one of them. XPass sought to offer multiple fast passes to the majority of guests before their arrival. The problem was there were not
I hope
enough
she's
fast
working at
passes
Box Lunch
available
now.
at the resort's fast pass attractions to do this. In the original fast pass system, popular attractions would run out of fast passes for the day by noon or even before, and that was when people could only obtain one fast pass every 2 hours. Since fast pass already took up the majority of a ride's capacity, and most rides at Walt Disney World were already operating at maximum capacity, it was not feasible to simply give out more fast passes for these rides. When the industrial engineers ran the models for XPass, it was apparent that there was not enough fast pass availability at the parks for the system to work. The engineers quickly realized that in order to offer multiple fast passes to guests before they arrived, they would need to add fast pass to nearly every attraction at the
Hello,
resort. The
Spoon.
total
How's
number
it
of fast pass
going?
attractions at Walt Disney World would increase from 28 to 50. When the
Would be
industrial
50.
engineers
Okay,
put the
I will.
increased
Thank
fast
you.
pass availability into the model, it still didn't work. Even with an additional 22
the shrimp.
attractions, there were still numerous days throughout the year where fast pass availability would be gone before a significant amount of guests could book all of their passes. To solve this, it was suggested that
Oh, that
fast
felt
pass
good.
be added not just to every attraction, but also to things that were not typically considered attractions, such as meet and greets with characters. Apparently,
Yeah.
this still wasn't enough. So it was suggested that guests could obtain fast passes to things that don't even have lines, such as fireworks shows or parades. Rather than skipping the line, special viewing areas would be created for these experiences and guests could book a fast pass to gain access to them. Finally, this increased, or more accurately inflated, the amount of fast passes that could be offered, which helped support the idea to offer
am having a
multiple
good
fast
day.
passes
How's your
to
day,
guests
Spoon?
before they arrived. With the basic framework figured out, plans move forward on XPass as Next Gen and My Magic Plus continue to develop. In February of 2011, the Walt Disney Company's board of directors approved My Magic
One more
Plus
lane
with a
will
budget
fix
of
traffic
around
for real
$1
this time,
billion.
guys.
Iger reportedly sternly told Staggs,
It's funny
quote,
as fuck.
"This better work."
This
which became
better
a
work.
mantra for the
Ooh.
entire team. Staggs was under enormous pressure to deliver on a project that didn't really make the parks or Disney money.
Now, when I put this in, does money immediately begin flowing out of my checking account?
If it's working correctly, yes. Yes.
I hate
In a
work, but I
shocking
love
twist,
money. God,
most
you're
of the
so real,
rhetoric
Spoon.
surrounding Next Gen and My Magic Plus internally was not about the potential profit from the system. Those developing the new technology and even much of the executive team believed in the more altruistic benefits of the program, the ability to guarantee experiences for vacationers, to simplify the experience of visiting the resort, to improve traffic
Spoon,
flow and
Pato,
crowd
Yowie
control
happening
at the
in chat
parks,
again,
to create an
guys.
IT infrastructure that could be built on over the coming decades, even to make cast members' jobs easier so they could focus
I
more
hate
on
money,
providing
but I
great
love being
interactions with
alive.
guests. These were the key components of the pitch. This is not to say that there were not
I hate
some
money, but I
ulterior
love
motives.
things.
Disney definitely wanted to impress with the program to establish themselves as a major player in the tech space, but this did not create a clear path to generate income. Apart from the new digital PhotoPass system, which had direct monetary benefits, the revenue that the billion-dollar My Magic Plus overhaul would generate was almost entirely theoretical. Maybe guests would think less about their purchases when using their X-Bands, which would then lead to more spending. Maybe the novelty of the X-Band would encourage more people to stay at Walt Disney World resorts, which would increase revenue. Maybe the data collected from everyone's X-Bands and account profiles could be leveraged in ways to increase spending. Maybe a few cast member positions could be automated with the system, which would save money. Maybe the traffic flow improvements would be so great that more guests could fit into the park. And the biggest maybe that the entire project was predicated on, maybe My Magic Plus would create such a wonderful experience for our guests that they would be more likely to return and more likely to recommend that others visit. Sure, the end goal was to increase revenue, but Disney's focus was on improving
But I
the
love
guest
frogs.
experience and hoping
Amen,
that the money
bestie.
would come as a result.
This is why you're my
optimistic and
favorite.
almost quaint approach seemed to be at odds with the $1 billion price tag, but Iger, Staggs, Rasulo, and other executives believed in the program enough.
All of
to
these
keep it
men look
going.
exactly the
Others
same.
throughout Disney had a much different opinion, which quickly led to infighting.
Oh my
Disney
God.
hired multiple tech contractors to manage.
I got one look at that Mickey shaped ice cream pop and like, oh my God, I want ice cream so bad, but as I said earlier, it's like snowstorming out. Going out would be like extremely dangerous. Chat, I want a fucking ice cream pop so bad. I want some real basic shit like dipped in chocolate. Please.
Manufacture and deliver much of the
Man, I love frogs. Fun fact about MILF Man, I love frogs. Pato has drawn me multiple times in a shirt that says, Man, I love frogs. And I gotta hand it to him.
Technology. And it was an open
Help us
secret in
fix the weather.
tech
Fucking I
industry that
wish.
they hired subpar firms
Wait, let me go
that
look
saw
at the window. Is
project
it
as
still
a
snowing?
cash cow, overcharging and under-delivering. These firms also did not get along with the park's IT team, especially when major issues were found with implementation. Walt Disney Imagineering was not all in on the My Magic Plus technology either. The parks hoped that the Imagineers would take advantage of the X-Band technology to deliver unique experiences
It's too dark for me to be able to tell
attractions,
if it's still
but
actively
Imagineering
snowing,
viewed
but there is a
the
lot of
X-Band
snow on
as
the
gimmick,
ground.
and a risky one at that. Plus, placing X-Band readers throughout the park's land so that guests could redeem fast passes clashed with the theming. Imagineer Joe Rohde said, quote, "If I'm supposed to be living with fairies, fairies don't have iPhones or magic bands." The Imagineers ended up barely integrating the X-Bands into new attractions, with Epcot's test track being one of the only real benefactors.
What's FastPass Plus, you ask? Come on, I'll show you.
God, now they're adding plus to shit. You got Fast Pass Triple S
That is
Plus.
technically my second favorite FastPass parody song, but it's really not even a competition. In January,
Fast Pass. Hold on. Fast Pass XX. Wait, what's it called? Fast Pass XX Accent Core Plus R.
2013, Disney officially announced the creation of My Magic Plus, along with the introduction of the new high-tech wristbands, now renamed to Magic Bands. X-Pass was also announced, renamed to FastPass Plus. The system had been
Thank
altered
God they
slightly,
dropped
and it would allow
X-Pass,
guests to
though.
book
That shit
3
was
FastPasses
lame as
in
fuck.
advance. This static number applied to all 4 parks rather than X-Pass's proposed dynamic system. As rumored,
Really?
guests staying
Huh.
at Walt Disney World Resort hotels would get early access to FastPasses. Hotel guests would be able to book their FastPasses 60 days in advance, while everyone else could book theirs 30 days in advance. When guests went to book their FastPasses, they were given a list of attractions that had FastPass available. They then selected 3 of them. No more, no less. If the guest didn't select 3, the system picked 2 at random. After the selections were made, the computer would intelligently create multiple itineraries that guests could choose from. After this, guests could still edit the selections, either by changing the time of the FastPass reservation or by selecting another attraction within the initial attraction's time frame. FastPasses were now redeemed with Magic Bands or guest park tickets, but during the
Baby?
initial rollout, paper FastPass kiosks would still be available. My Magic Plus was introduced in phases throughout 2013 and early 2014, and issues with the system were immediate, apparent, and overwhelming.
Oops.
Reportedly, those on the rollout team and IT pleaded to executives to pull the plug, as the tech was making operations much worse, to which executives essentially responded, "We know, but we're in too deep." Spotty Wi-Fi, malfunctioning Magic Band readers, website crashes, an at times unusable mobile app, and many more issues plagued the system and thus the resort. There are too many issues with My Magic Plus to discuss, but if you're curious, here are a few. The biggest disappointment with the system was that the tech was so broken that it was never able to take the guest experience to the next level. At best, it worked, but it never impressed in the ways that the team had hoped. And many of the more ambitious plans for the technology, such as leveraging data to give guests recommendations or even being able to communicate to cast members via Magic Bands that it was a guest's birthday, could never be implemented because IT was too busy keeping the entire
That would
system
humiliate
afloat
me.
to ever have time
Oh
to
my
take
God.
it to the next step.
Don't put my
Most
personal
damning,
information on
by
that
and
shit.
large, cast members hated it, and it made many positions much more frustrating to work at. It automated few, if any, jobs, and because of the issues, Disney had to triple the size of its customer support department. Despite all of the issues, Disney publicly labeled My Magic Plus a success, and Staggs even
Really?
said that thanks to the system's ability to distribute guests more evenly throughout the parks, Magic Kingdom's maximum capacity was increased by 5,000 people, although it is unclear whether this has anything to do with the new Fantasyland expansion that also debuted around this time. Staggs was determined to be the winner of Iger's competition, and Rasulo stepped down from CFO in 2015, while Staggs was promoted to Chief Operating Officer, with Bob Chapek, the president of
Ugh.
Disney's Consumer Products
Why the
division,
fuck does he
promoted
look
to
like
head of
that?
the parks. Staggs would unexpectedly
fucking
leave the company
Floridians,
the
dude.
following year, with no confirmed reason for his departure. Overall, My Magic Plus and Magic Bands streamlined the guest experience as much as it stalled it. Some guests loved it, some guests hated it, and others simply didn't care. In many ways, the introduction of the technology was a wash. A $1 billion wash. But what about the new
Ugh.
program's headline
That looks
feature,
computer generated. He
FastPass
really
Plus?
does.
By the end of its life in 2014, the original paper FastPass system was still operating off of a Windows software from the late 90s. So the update in technology, as buggy as it could be, was
I feel like
definitely
I'm
a
operating on a
welcome one.
Windows
But
software
FastPass
from the
Plus
late
was much
90s.
more than its touch points. It was an entirely new system, and like the original FastPass, it was a huge learning curve for guests. The new system could only be accessed on the website, on the My Disney Experience app, or with a cast member at one of the FastPass Plus kiosks set up throughout the park. During the initial rollout, this led to huge lines for the FastPass Plus kiosks. Or to put it another way, there was a line to get the pass to skip the lines. While guests adjusted to the new system, the system itself was undergoing constant adjustment. In November of 2013, Epcot and Hollywood Studios transitioned to a tiered FastPass Plus system, in which the park's most popular attractions were separated from the rest and only one popular attraction could be held at a time. In February of 2014, the transition to FastPass Plus was complete, and all paper FastPass kiosks were removed from the park. Rumoredly, the speed of the transition was part of an effort to force guest adoption of the new technology in order to prove its efficacy. 2 months later, the system was altered once again to allow guests to receive additional FastPasses after they redeem their first 3. Once guests redeem their third FastPass for the day, they could go to a FastPass Plus kiosk and choose one additional pass. After they redeem this additional
Your pass
one,
will
they
be
could select
fast
another
whether you
and
like
repeat
it
the
or not,
process
son of a
until the end
bitch.
of the day. The next major change would not come until mid-2016, when the itinerary system was dropped and now guests had to choose each of their FastPass times themselves. This also removed the 3 initial FastPass rule, allowing guests to select only 1 or 2 FastPasses without forcing them to start with 3. Finally, guests can now choose their additional FastPasses from the My Disney Experience app rather than only at the kiosks. It would not be until 2017 that Disneyland would update their FastPass system. Rumoredly, Disneyland was set to receive My Magic Plus, Magic Bands, FastPass Plus, and all, but the major issues with the system resulted in the expansion being canceled. Instead, Disneyland would receive an entirely different system called MaxPass. For $10,
There's too many. There's too many of them. FastPass, XPass, FastPass Plus, MaxPass. What do you want me to do with this information? I could feel it turning my fucking neurons to pudding. What do you mean? Disneyland got a completely different system that's called something else. God damn it. Kevin, go easy on me.
$10 a day, visitors could book FastPasses from their phone, except they could only do so when inside the park. Like paper FastPass, users could only receive 1 FastPass at a time, unable to receive additional passes until the first return.
Just wait till they get to Genie Pass and Lightning Pass or whatever the fuck.
Initial pass was booked. The system received mixed reviews upon announcement.
Genie Plus
but
fucking
after
sucks.
installation,
Shapeland
many
for
warmed
life.
up to it, believing that MaxPass was superior to FastPass Plus, which by this point was the subject of a heated debate. FastPass Plus was a divisive program, and many have strong.
Why? Why won't you use FastPass Plus at Disney World? Because FastPass Plus killed my grandma, okay?
Opinions on it. There are pros and cons to the system, so I'd like to take this moment to examine the biggest ones. Before we get into this, I want to mention that we will not be discussing or factoring in other ways guests are able to cut the line, such as with tour guides or the guest assistance program. These systems have their own complex histories during this period that, while interesting and important, are not factored into this list or this discussion on FastPass in general. That said, here are some of the pros and cons to FastPass Plus. Pro number 1, you get to skip the line more, obviously. Pro number 2, improve traffic flow throughout the park. One of the biggest downsides to the original FastPass system was that guests had to travel to an attraction's entrance to obtain a paper FastPass just to return to the same location when it was time to ride. This backtracking was causing major traffic flow issues, so allowing guests to make reservations from their phone eliminated this unnecessary foot traffic. Plus, it was more convenient for guests. Pro number 3, reduction in length of stay. As park attendance climbed throughout the early 2000s, FastPasses for major attractions ran out earlier in the day, so in turn, guests arrived earlier in the day, resulting in more people arriving in the morning and staying for longer, which increased the amount of people in each park. With FastPass Plus, guests would know 3 of their FastPass reservations before arriving, which would encourage guests that had FastPasses for later in the day not to arrive until later, thus relieving morning and midday crowds.
Get the
Plus,
fuck
guests
out
no
of the
longer had to
park.
wake up early to rope drop FastPasses, allowing for a more relaxing vacation. Con number 1, irrelevant FastPasses. In the mad dash to add as many attractions to the FastPass system as possible, the implementation of certain attractions was less thought out than others. For instance, FastPasses for Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor and Muppet Vision 3D rarely saved guests any time, as these attractions were theater shows that held guests in large waiting areas before the next showing. Guests who had FastPasses for these types of attractions soon learned that all their FastPass did was give them a different entrance to the same giant room where they had to wait with other guests. Con number 2, long FastPass lines. Many using FastPass Plus reported waiting longer after redeeming their FastPass than they did with the original FastPass system. The original intention of FastPass was for guests to wait no more than 15 minutes before boarding, but with FastPass Plus, guests were now having to wait over half an hour at certain points. This was in part due to the fact that FastPass Plus was basically guaranteeing that an attraction would be operating 60 days in advance. As previously explained, paper FastPass had a built-in response to downtimes, or at the very least a ride operator could throw a bunch of FastPasses in the trash to give operations some wiggle room. This was much more difficult with FastPass Plus. When an attraction went down, it might have already had an entire day's worth of FastPasses distributed. If the downtime was significant, anyone with FastPasses during the downtime were given an any-use FastPass with which they could use on any ride they chose, which backed up FastPass lines at other attractions throughout the park. If the ride was delayed but did not completely shut down,
Anytime I feel like I want to go to a Disney park, I just watch this video or a different other video and I get over it. Because look at this shit. Are you hearing any of
The
this?
same compensation
Oh my
plan as
god.
paper FastPass, but the new system seemed to be dispersing any use FastPasses much more frequently, leading to Disney eventually putting limits on these passes. Con number 3, the FastPass to standby ratio. We have yet to discuss the FastPass to standby ratio in detail. It is no secret that of the two lines, the FastPass line was given priority over the standby line. In fact, that's the whole point. The question is, how much was FastPass favored over standby? There is no definitive answer to this, because it was different for every attraction and ultimately up to the cast members stationed at the merge point. Bruce Laval recounted that this was the most difficult position
Disney World
to
once,
train,
and that means I
it was
never
the
have to
key
go there
position to
again.
Getting the original FastPass
You're
system
so
to
lucky,
work.
Cherry.
The cast member not only had to keep the attraction's ratio steady, but they had to manage the expectations and frustrations of two very different lines of people experiencing two very different waits. The FastPass to standby ratio cited on the original FastPass patent was 80-20, or in other words, for every 4 FastPass guests, 1 standby guest was let through. This is consistent with cast member and guest recollections of the system at the time. The 4-to-1 ratio remained standard after the transition to FastPass Plus, but with backups occurring much more frequently, cast members at merge points had to modify
Ooh, that's
the
a really
FastPass to
that's a really
standby
lucky
disparity
shot, Cherry,
more
for
often.
real.
There were 3 phases cast members had to go through. Phase 1 was standard operating procedure with a 4-to-1 ratio. If there was a backup in the FastPass line, cast members would go to Phase 2, which was a 20-to-1 ratio. And if the backup was significant
It goes from
enough,
4 to
Phase 3 would
20?
be initiated, which was for every 1 standby guest, 100 FastPass guests were let through. Once the FastPass line was under control, cast members would return to Phase 1. But the disparity of Phase 2 and 3 was infuriating to guests waiting in the standby queue, which during these phases would almost completely stop. There was also a psychological gamble to FastPass. Disney was banking
My name
on
is Space
the
Mountain
idea
because
that
the
guests would
aforementioned
not
panic attack
remember
of
the
Dad
3
yelling
or 4
incident.
times
Oh,
they were cut in line. They
I'm
would
sorry,
just
Cherry.
remember the one time
I'm
they
glad
got
you got to see
cut the
everything else
line.
though.
This gamble seemed to pay off, but they were also working against another issue with the psychology of queuing. Now that FastPass was slowing down the standby line, the pace at which guests moved through the queue was much slower. In most cases, people prefer to spend 20 minutes walking at a steady pace rather than spend 20 minutes standing still. But the latter was now happening frequently on FastPass attractions. In the pre-FastPass days, lines often stretched out of an attraction's dedicated queue. But it is important to remember that back then, these lines were moving 3, 4, or 5 times as fast. With FastPass, guests found that the amount of people waiting in the standby line was less than before, despite the wait time being the same or longer. Con number 4, FastPass availability. After guests became accustomed to the FastPass Plus system, it did not take long for them to figure out the best ways to use it. In turn, FastPass availability was running out extremely fast for popular rides. Practically every day of the year, popular attractions would run out of FastPass availability completely before the day of operation. This was the case for 5 attractions at the Magic Kingdom, 3 at Epcot, 3 at Hollywood Studios, 2 at Animal Kingdom, and 4 meet and greets throughout the resort. This meant that nearly 17 experiences were out of FastPasses before guests even arrived to the park. This prompted Disney to hold back a small amount of FastPasses until the day of, where they would then drop these held back passes at different points throughout the day. This also gave them the option to not drop these additional passes at all if the attraction was experiencing downtime. Still, unless a guest got lucky and snagged a FastPass during one of these random drops, or after another guest modified or canceled theirs, if they wanted a FastPass for a popular ride, they had to plan in advance. Which leads me to pro number 4 and con number 5, planning.
Ugh,
Many people love
I
planning
hate
their Disney
planning
trips and do a
vacations.
lot of research and groundwork beforehand. My Magic Plus and FastPass Plus significantly increased the amount of planning necessary to have a consistently good experience at Walt Disney World. FastPass Plus was supposed to give guests the option to plan their trip in advance, but in practice, the system forced guests to plan their trip in advance or risk not getting to experience the most popular attractions without an extreme standby wait time. Hotel guests could book an entire trip's worth of FastPasses 60 days out from their check-in date. This allowed some guests to book as many as 70 days in advance, resulting in certain attractions like Slinky Dog Dash at Hollywood Studios and Flight of Passage at Animal Kingdom running out of FastPasses even before the 60-day mark. Securing these FastPasses practically became a sport, and everyone had tips and tricks to snag those passes.
All right, so we're going to start with prep you need to do beforehand. So you get 3 FastPass Plus reservations per day.
So once you hit the 60-day mark from your first night at your hotel, you can actually go on and book FastPasses for the whole length of your stay.
Start with the last day of your vacation first.
So the further out you can make it, the more likely you're able to get it. Also, if you take a longer trip, you're more likely to get it too. So if you need an excuse to take a longer trip, there you have it.
So on my 60 mark day, I log on to My Disney Experience and I can start making FastPass selections at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 6 a.m. Central Standard Time, which is where I live.
Because you want to make sure that you are logged in about 5 minutes before your FastPass window opens.
If at all possible, book them early in the day. That way you
White
can get
people.
more FastPasses for different parks later.
You save that first
Sorry,
hour of
that's
the
not
day
funny.
to ride some of the smaller rides, but then
Most
you
planning
try
you're
and
gonna
set
get
up
out of
your
me is
3
budget where we
FastPasses
go
as soon as
and where
possible
we
after
sleep.
that hour,
Yeah,
as
I'll
close as
help.
possible
I'll help.
together.
I have filled
But
in a
I'm
vague
not too
idea
good at
of what
planning.
I want to do.
I make a FastPass Plus list with all of the days, times, and rides I'm hoping to reserve.
Oh my
All
god.
it takes is some luck. That is a huge part of it. Please do not be thinking that this is like a super guarantee.
So I guarantee you, by the time your 30-day
Sorry.
window comes up for off-property guests,
Flight of Passage.
Flight of Passage,
Look at
Slinky
all,
Dog,
like-
Seven Dwarfs.
Gone.
Keep checking the app.
Y'all are supposed to be on vacation. Like, what are you doing? This is like a second job.
Seriously, keep refreshing. Last minute fast passes pop up all the time.
You'll be able to click hour by hour, and if you just keep clicking hour by hour, it will reload and reload and reload and reload. So that's called pounding the app by seasoned veterans of Disney World.
And there are also tickets that are available, like after 5 p.m. tickets. Okay, what you can do is buy these tickets, and essentially what that gains you is 3 extra fast passes. And I would put this under a dummy name on, and then what you can do is reuse it the next day because you never entered the park with this.
And I think that's it. We did it.
We did it.
Some savvy guests that knew how to use the system loved the new FastPass, and the extra
These
plan
are
was a
warp
welcome
plans.
activity, adding even more anticipation to their upcoming trip while also guaranteeing certain experiences during it. Others knew how to use the system, but did so begrudgingly, disliking the overplanning and longing for the days of flexibility. Many more guests did not know the tips and tricks of the system, and thus missed out on the most valuable FastPasses, leaving them with only one option if they wanted to experience these popular rides. Con number 6,
270 minutes.
standby. By far the biggest complaint with
roller
FastPass
coaster.
Plus is the belief that the new system drastically increased wait times throughout the park. When the system was first introduced, Haunted Mansion and Pirates of the Caribbean, 2 attractions that did not previously offer paper FastPass, reported consistently higher wait times. On the other end of the spectrum, Space Mountain and Expedition Everest saw their standby waits decrease slightly. As the system was fully implemented, standby waits appeared to be longer, and for years, fans have argued back and forth whether or not FastPass increases or decreases standby waits, increases or decreases overall waits, or increases or decreases the amount of attractions a guest can experience in a day. Unfortunately, it is nearly impossible to answer these questions. Statistics like these have not been reported by Disney, and wait times before FastPass were not consistently recorded. And even if they were, it would be unfair for numerous reasons to compare these numbers. Even doing the math ourselves would be almost impossible. The equations necessary to
Let your
determine
fast
what a
pass be
virtual
dark and
system such as
eventual in the night,
FastPass
and when
does
you
to
reserve,
is
fall
much
like a
too complicated
thunderbolt.
for a spreadsheet. In order to answer these questions, we would actually need to create a computer simulation. like one of the ones Bruce Laval created during his time at the company.
I didn't
Even
realize
then,
I'd purchased
this
the
is no
art
small
of
task.
war just to
Someone would
figure
need
out how to
to
have
pay
a
an
Disney
industrial engineer
vacation.
to create a complex computer simulation of a theme park, populated with agents, all with unique preferences, riding attractions of varying capacities and run times in order to compare and contrast wait times, number of rides ridden, and other factors with and without a virtual queue system, just to get to the bottom of this ridiculously niche curiosity.
Part 6. I paid an industrial engineer to create a complex computer simulation of a theme park populated with agents, all with unique preferences, riding attractions, various capabilities in order to compare and contrast wait times, number of rides ridden, and other factors with and without a virtual queue system.
Hey everybody, I made a theme park in the computer. Welcome to Shapeland, where all the guests are dots and all the rides are shapes. Here's how it works. I decide how many people are going to visit the park each day. They then arrive based on an arrival schedule that is similar to that of a real theme park. With most of
Yeah,
the
no,
guests
Defunct
arriving in
Land
the first few
fucks.
hours of the
Like,
day, and
Kevin
few
Perjurer
guests
is a
arriving
fucking
in the last
artist.
few hours of the day. From there, each guest independently makes decisions on what they are going to do. To ensure variability, there are 7 different archetypes of guests: ride enthusiast, ride fan, average tourist, activity fan, annual pass holder, entitled annual pass holder,
Entitled
and
annual
vlogger.
pass holder.
Each of these archetypes determines 3 factors. The first is stay time preference. This dictates how long the guest wants to stay at the park. For instance, the ride enthusiast archetype wants to stay at the park for 9 hours, while the average tourist archetype only wants to stay around 7 hours. The second factor is balking point. The ride enthusiast has a balking point of 4 hours, meaning that they refuse to ride a ride that has over a 4-hour wait. On the other hand, the average tourist refuses to wait more than 2 hours for a ride. The annual pass holder won't wait more than 30 minutes, and the vlogger won't wait more than 15. The third factor is attraction preference. This determines whether a guest wants to ride an attraction or do an activity such as eat at a restaurant or go gift shopping. Obviously, the ride enthusiast much prefers attractions, but the average tourist is more open to doing activities. After a guest enters the park, they will begin flipping coins and rolling dice, weighted based on their own preferences. For instance, this guest's name is Bernadotte. Bernadotte is the average tourist. They are open to both attractions and activities. They will only wait around 2 hours for a ride, and they will stay for 7 hours. Once in the park, Bernadotte decides whether they want to do an attraction or an activity based on a weighted coin flip. Let's say they choose to do an attraction. They then decide which attraction
You know,
to do.
YouTuber fucks when you
Bernadotte's
heavily invest in
decision is now based
complex
on
and
a weighted
over-detailed
dialogue.
explanations
Each
of niche
attraction in the
systems
park
and other
has a
stuff that
different
happen for three
popularity
floors
ranking,
I've been in.
and the more popular
Absolutely.
the attraction, the more
I love
likely
you,
it is
Defunct
that
Land.
Bernadotte wants to ride it. Let's say Bernadotte decides to ride Shapeland's most popular attraction, the Triangle. Since Shapeland is currently operating off the original FastPass system, Bernadotte first looks at the posted standby wait time. If the wait time is under 30 minutes, they join the standby line. If it is over 30 minutes, Bernadotte will check if the attraction has FastPass. If it doesn't, whether it be because the attraction doesn't offer it or because there are no more available for the day, Bernadotte will make sure that the current standby wait is less than their balking point. If it is, they will join the standby line. If it isn't, they will go back to the hub and decide to do a different attraction. In the case that the attraction does offer FastPass and still has some available, Bernadotte will grab one and be assigned a return time. The equation that determines Bernadotte's return time is the same one used at the original FastPass kiosks. With their spot in the virtual queue secured, Bernadotte can now go back to the hub and repeat their logic over again.
I wonder how much it
deciding
costs
whether
to pay
do an
somebody to do
attraction
this.
or an activity, deciding which attraction or activity to do, but this time, Bernadotte ensures that they will still have time to make it back for their FastPass. Bernadotte's stay time preference is 7 hours, so after they have been at the park for 7 hours, they will choose to leave and their day at Shapeland will be finished. This same logical and preference-based progression is repeated for every single guest in the
Hey,
park
then
over the
Bernadotte,
course
let's
of the
fucking
operating
go.
day. At the end of each run, the simulation gives me a plethora of data to comb through. Almost everything in my simulation is dynamic. I can change the number of attractions, attraction capacity, runtime, popularity, and whether each individual attraction has FastPass or not. I can change the behavior archetypes, the park's arrival schedule, and even how many guests are able to utilize the FastPass system. The simulation is by no means perfect, and there are many factors that it does not take into account, such as these. I ran the simulation 3 times, one with no FastPass, one with the original paper FastPass, and one with a system that simulates FastPass Plus to the best of the simulation's ability. More info on that here. So after obtaining and organizing the results, some fascinating patterns emerged. First, let's discuss what results we will be looking at. Whenever discussing the pros and cons of FastPass, 3 factors always seem to emerge: standby wait times, overall wait times, and average number of attractions ridden. Thanks to Shapeland, we finally have answers as to how virtual queue systems affect these results when all other factors remain constant. Let's first examine
Does your
standby
simulation
wait
account
times.
for my
These are
fucking
the average
hubris? Yeah,
standby
there
waits
is an
for
entitled
Shapeland's 10 attractions
annual
throughout a
pass holder
12-hour
archetype. Were you
operating
paying
day,
attention?
when there is no FastPass implemented throughout the park. As you can see, we still get huge waits. The Triangle has a wait of over 3 hours because everybody wants to ride the Triangle. There are 2 rides, the Square and the Circle, that have 1-hour waits, while the Hexagon and Octagon have no waits and are typically walk-ons. Let's see what happens when we add FastPass to the 3 most popular attractions and operate the park with the original paper FastPass system. Wait times increase for every single attraction. The Triangle's average standby wait increases by 15 minutes, the Hexagon is no longer a walk-on, but the Octagon still is. Now let's simulate FastPass Plus. Again, every wait time increases, except for one. The standby wait for the most popular ride, the Triangle, is 20 minutes less than with the original FastPass system, and 5 minutes less than with no FastPass. The reason for this is clear when you look at the wait times throughout the rest of the park. The Octagon, which was a walk-on with both no FastPass and the original FastPass system, now has a 15-minute wait.
It's called bulk time. You guys are fucking funny.
No FastPass to a 35-minute wait under FastPass Plus. Hexagon, which was a walk-on with no FastPass, now has an hour wait with FastPass Plus. This pattern can be seen throughout the park when FastPass Plus is added. It is safe to say that overall, both FastPass and especially FastPass Plus increases standby wait times throughout a park. The average standby wait with no FastPass was 41 minutes. With FastPass Plus, it is now 67 minutes. If FastPass was completely removed from the Walt Disney World parks, wait times would almost certainly decrease. But this is not the full story, because many guests are not waiting in the standby line, they're skipping them. Let's now examine the average overall wait. This takes into account both the guests waiting in standby and the guests waiting between 5 and 15 minutes in the FastPass line. For our purposes, we're not considering the time in between guests obtaining their FastPass and redeeming it as part of their wait. While in the
Maybe people
original
have picnics
FastPass
in the lines.
system,
I'm
guests are
sure.
technically
I'm sure people
waiting
bring all
during this
kinds of
period.
stuff to
Their
occupy the
ability to
time in the
multitask
lines.
would throw off these calculations, resulting in some guests being able to wait more hours than there are in a day. And it would make FastPass look like it increased waits for everybody, which is not fair to the system. Also, with FastPass Plus, how would you even do this? Did this guy wait 60 days to ride 7 Dwarfs? I guess, technically, but that might throw things off a bit. Anyways, the average posted wait in Shapeland with no FastPass is 41 minutes. So if a guest did every attraction in the park in a single day, their average wait per ride would be 41 minutes. However, few guests actually do this, and most gravitate toward the popular attractions. So Shapeland guests actually find themselves waiting, on average, 58 minutes per attraction. With the original paper FastPass, the average posted standby wait was 48 minutes, but the overall average wait, when factoring in both guest standby line decisions and those skipping the line entirely with FastPass, was only 40 minutes, 18 minutes less than without FastPass.
Chad, are you writing this
But how
down?
is this possible? As we've discussed, service rate or capacity is determined mainly by design and operation, and it's nearly impossible to increase an attraction's maximum capacity after it's been constructed. You can't safely put more ride cars on Space Mountain or make it go faster. It wasn't designed for that. So when we add paper FastPass to Shapeland, Shapeland's top
Like, my
rides,
life
such as the
depends on
Triangle
it.
and the Square, see little to no increase in the number of riders, because they are already serving the maximum number of guests. However, other rides at Shapeland are not operating at maximum capacity. The reason for the increase in the average amount of rides ridden goes back to what Bruce Laval claimed about FastPass backfilling less attended attractions, and it brings up a new concept within queuing. We know about how capacity and arrival rate can affect a wait time in different ways, but what we have not discussed is the concept of a negative wait time. Now, a wait
what?
time cannot be negative in the sense that you can get time back. For instance, I can never give you back the time you've wasted watching this video. What I mean by a negative wait time is that when an attraction is not filling its capacity, it is losing capacity. Look at it this way. Let's say a ride has a capacity of 1,000 guests per hour, but only 500 people per hour ride it. It could be considered that this attraction has a wait time of negative 30 minutes, meaning that 30 minutes worth of people, in this case 500, could show up throughout the hour and the attraction's wait would still be 0 minutes, because these additional guests are merely filling empty seats on the ride. You might recall that this was one of the problems with the original reservation system pitch from the mid-90s. If a guest missed their reservation, they left an empty seat, and thus the attraction lost capacity. FastPass not only avoids this problem, but it actually helps other attractions at the park. Without FastPass, 1,900 guests rode the Octagon. With Paper FastPass, 4,800 guests rode the Octagon, an increase of over 150%. But the average posted wait time never breaks 0, because these people are filling empty seats and increasing the capacity of the ride. This explains why with FastPass, despite most attractions' standby waits rising, guests on average waited less, because unlike with no FastPass, guests were actively being pushed to attractions with 0 waits, which dropped the average overall wait per attraction. However, with FastPass Plus, this 0 wait threshold is broken in most cases.
At what point do we break into FastPass Premium
Plus? From a
Plus?
walk-on to an average of a 15-minute wait. The average standby wait in Shapeland with FastPass Plus is 67 minutes, but the overall average wait per attraction was 42 minutes. This is interesting because while more people are skipping the line more often than with the original FastPass, the rise in standby waits throughout the park are so significant that there is no change to the overall wait. In fact, the average overall wait per attraction with Paper FastPass was 2 minutes less than FastPass Plus. FastPass does reduce average overall wait times by encouraging guests to go to underutilized attractions, so long as those exist. Finally, let's look at the average number of attractions ridden. And if you've been paying attention, you should already know the answer to this one. In the park with no FastPass, guests ride an average of 3.31 rides. But really, the distribution looks like this. 22% of guests ride 2 rides, 21% ride 3, 16% ride 4, and the percentage declines from there. You can also see that around 13% of guests only ride 1 ride and 3% ride none. These are mostly people that favor activities and have a limited amount of time in the park. When the original FastPass system is added, the amount of attractions ridden increases, going from 3.31 to 3.77. With FastPass Plus, we again see an increase, jumping to an average of 4.23 rides per guest per day. On average,
At what point does the mouse start eating people in line? Thanks for the head pats, Bato.
This is significant and proves FastPass Plus's merit as a tool for guest distribution. But it's not the full story. This is the distribution graph that we viewed earlier for when Shapeland has no FastPass implemented. This is what it looks like with FastPass Plus when the average amount of attractions ridden increases from 3.31 to 4.23, assuming that the distribution is even and the system is fair to all guests.
Have you tried out to body your mic challenge impossible? What the fuck are you talking about? Whatever noise you heard, I was not bodying my mic. My mic is at a safe distance from my face, and I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna come over to your house. I'm gonna fold you like a lawn chair.
However, that is not FastPass Plus. This is the actual distribution graph for Shapeland under FastPass Plus. As you can see, more people experience less attractions, and more people experience a lot more attractions, while less people are able to do what could be considered a reasonable amount of attractions, in this case 3 to 7 in a single day. With FastPass Plus, more guests are able to experience 8, 9, 10, 11, and someone found out how to do 39 rides in a day. These are people that got fast passes for long waits like the Triangle and spent most of their time riding shorter waits like the Octagon over and over again. Meanwhile, the amount of people riding only 2, 1, or even 0 attractions is up from no
Fast pass for the Triangle. Octagon, 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 Octagon.
This is because the waits for rides like the Triangle, Square...
Don't tell Chad about our bedroom affairs. Yeah, I'm sorry, that was a little out of line.
They didn't have time to do anything else. Other guests want to ride rides, but they don't want to wait over an hour. So if they enter during midday, they instead choose to eat a meal, gift shop, and then leave because the waits are so high throughout the park. So yes, FastPass and FastPass Plus increases the average amount of attractions ridden per guest per day. It's a system that pushes people to go fill empty seats around the park. And as a guest distribution tool, FastPass and FastPass Plus works. But in practice, from a guest perspective, the system benefits those that use the system and know how to use it well, while those that don't use it or don't know how to use it well have it much worse than they did before. So at this point, your mid to late 2010s trip to Walt
Sorry,
Disney World
I won't tell Chad that we're gay. I'm sorry.
Distribution graph.
Please
And
forgive
I can
me.
probably predict your opinion
I'll
on
buy
the
you a
entire
nice ring and a
subject
slice of
based
cake.
on that. If you were here, booking 60 days in advance and then riding 8 or more attractions per day, I imagine that you enjoyed FastPass Plus.
Whoa,
If you
you're
were here,
gay?
not using
No.
the system, facing astronomical
what made you think
standby wait
that?
times, and thus only experiencing between 0 and 2 attractions per day, you
No, you were
probably
good at
didn't like
Yu-Gi-Oh.
FastPass Plus. Now, these two sides might have some opinions on the other. If you didn't use the system to its full effect, you might have been waiting in long standby lines, watching hordes of guests in the
Oh
FastPass
my
line
god,
punch you
rumors
just
are
because
already
they
starting up.
researched the
What
tips
the
and
fuck?
tricks
Duel
and
me
were able to
right
pay for
now.
an on-property
Okay,
hotel.
pulls
Those
out
using
my
FastPass Plus to their
1800s
advantage
revolver.
believed it was those people's fault for not doing their research and using the system that was available to everyone, despite that system requiring a certain amount of time, energy, technological literacy, English proficiency, and money for on-site hotels. Even if you benefited and loved FastPass, the truth is that it only worked so well for these people because it worked so poorly for these people. Otherwise, most everyone would be here in the middle. But since this is not the case, a palpable disdain exists between both camps of guests. In queuing theory, this is called
class warfare.
Within the Disney parks, there has become a class system, just like in the real world, except for this one is silly, mostly inconsequential, and you aren't forced to live in it like a nightmare you can't wake up from. The class system at the Disney parks, for a long time, wasn't based on money. After the discontinuing of the A through E ticket systems, all guests had equal access as long as they could pay for the price of admission. As we discussed earlier, the in-park currency is time, and any advantage came from knowledge. Those that read the guidebooks, knew the parks, and
It's
planned
been
their
3.5
trips had a
hours.
leg
My
up on
tummy
other
is starting to
guests.
hurt.
But apart from paying for a tour, guests knew to rush for Space Mountain in the morning, go into the left lane when available, experience the rides with the longest waits during a parade or fireworks, and so on and so on. In Shapeland, under no FastPass, it takes guests an average of 6.5 hours to experience the top 6 attractions. If people showed up earlier in the day, they would have a jump on other guests. But for the most part, there are no hard lines separating visitors. This was introduced with the original
Did you eat
paper
anything? Yeah, I
FastPass,
went on a
but
whole
this was still a
thing
system
earlier
that
about
was
how I had a
free,
good
with
dinner.
knowledge still being the dividing factor. This is how long it takes on average for a guest to do the top 6 attractions at Shapeland, but this time with paper FastPass. Here we see the different knowledge classes emerge. This is split between those that know the system in and out, those that know how to use the system on a basic level, and those that did not use the system at all. Those that knew the system best could do the 6 attractions in less than 4 hours. Those that knew the basics of the system could do the 6 attractions in 6 hours. And those that didn't use the system would have to spend 8 hours in order to experience the 6 attractions. Money was reintroduced into the equation with FastPass Plus. Guests that stayed on property
Stop
would get
calling
to
me
book
that.
60 days in advance as a perk of their stay. And if they utilized this perk, they could experience Shapeland's 6 attractions in less than 4 hours. Those that understood the system but had to book within the 30-day window as opposed to the 60-day window would have to spend 6 hours to do Shapeland's 6 attractions. And those that did not use FastPass Plus at all would have to spend 10 hours on average to do
It's a
these
compulsion you have.
and this is not accounting for walking, meals, bathroom breaks,
Like
or
Dr.
any
Jekyll
other
and Mr.
non-attraction
Hyde.
activity. The disparity between these 3 systems and their categories of access is staggering, and it showed just how much FastPass Plus favored those that got premier access to the system. But you might be thinking, this doesn't mean anything. Shapeland isn't a real park. These are just fake numbers you made up. But that's not actually true, because Shapeland is actually Animal Kingdom.
Kevin Perjurer is
The triangle is Flight of Passage,
fucking
the square is
beast.
Expedition Everest, the circle is Navi River Journey, and so on. More than that, the entire simulation is based off of a specific day at Animal Kingdom, Saturday, March 23rd, 2019, a day with medium-high crowds. We adjusted the dynamic
I love you,
factors of the
Kevin
system
Perjurer.
to replicate this day as closely as possible, and then simply turned off FastPass and examined the differences. So all of these results, including this graph, is based off of Animal Kingdom, with the top 6 attractions being Flight of Passage, Kilimanjaro Safaris, Expedition Everest, Navi River Journey, Dinosaur, and Cali River Rapids. For good measure, we also simulated Magic Kingdom and observed the same results. And while the park's more diverse set of attractions helped to mitigate the effects of the system in some areas, all of the basic patterns we observed were the same as with Animal Kingdom. So this disparity is real and has created rigid categories of preference among park guests, While the system does not treat everyone the same, it should be noted that not all of Walt Disney World's guests are the same. For instance, you have families that save up for a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the resort. You have regular vacationers that come every year or two, and then you have annual pass holders that might go multiple times a month. Many argue, with good reason, that a system that gives preference to these once-in-a-lifetime vacationers is necessary. And a system with a distribution like this might
I wonder
seem
if
like
Woman
the
Real?
solution,
She's right there.
while a distribution graph like this might seem
Say
like
hi.
it's treating everyone almost too equally.
I wonder if
However,
Woman Real
this
missed
conclusion
blinking.
ignores many factors we've
Don't
learned
bully
about
her.
queuing, such as
She has a
capacity
disease.
and demand. Let's use an analogy. So there is a company that makes shoes, and you have two potential customers. Customer 1 really wants the shoes. Customer 2 does not feel strongly about the shoes. If the shoe company offered the shoes for $30, customer 1 would buy them because they really want the shoes. And since $30 is a great deal for a pair of shoes,
I didn't know this video was about
customer
El
2 would buy
Pato.
them as well. However, if the shoes cost $100, customer 1 would still buy them because they really want the shoes. But since customer 2 doesn't feel strongly about them, they would pass on the offer. Now let's say the shoe store offered customer 2 the shoes for $30, while offering customer 1 the shoes for $200. Customer 2 would take their offer, despite not caring for the shoes, and customer 1 would also take their offer, because they really want the shoes. Rather than simply using
On the
supply
video,
and
like,
demand
this
to
is
find a
literally
fixed
me.
price
I
to
like
maximize
shoes.
profits, many companies will find ways to maximize profits via price
Yeah,
discrimination.
didn't you know it's
especially when
Pato's
there
only
is an excess
personality
of
trait?
supply. But as it applies
Shoo.
to queuing, we're not trying to maximize wait times, we're trying to minimize them. While it sounds like a good idea to give preference to once-in-a-lifetime vacationers, while those that visit frequently are favored less, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to enforce this. And with the way FastPass Plus was set up, it often produced the exact opposite results. Instead of priority access going to once-in-a-lifetime vacationers, with secondary access going to those making semi-regular trips, and with remaining or no access given to those making regular visits, the actual categories often looked like this, with semi-regular visitors that understood the system booking 60 days in advance, regular visitors and annual pass holders without reservations booking within the 30-day window, and once-in-a-lifetime vacationers often finding themselves out of luck, not realizing that they needed a bachelor's degree from My Magic Plus University with a major in FastPass Plus. So dynamic system, great in theory, not so much in practice.
I
And while
formally
this
apologize
distribution
for your
might
ad
not look good
interruption.
first
I
glance,
physically
it
do not
often
have the money in
produces
my
better
bank account to
results.
give you a
And while there is
subscription
no
right now.
system in place separating
Sorry,
guests,
please forgive.
guests are still self-separating. The person that comes once in a lifetime gets to ride the top 6 rides in a little over 6 hours, while the annual pass holder or semi-regular visitor likely will choose to not ride the top 6 rides in a single day because they go so often. The guest that comes once a month will probably not ride Kilimanjaro safaris if it has a 90-minute wait, but they would if it had a 15-minute wait. And because they come so often, they know the system, which means they can
Wow.
get a 15-minute wait. And this family who comes
Petunias
once every 3 years
indoctrinated
is
Bog
determined
Fog
to ride
into the
Kilimanjaro
Chapo
safaris
family.
no matter the
Petunias
wait.
gifted
But
a dear
because they
one
come so
sub to
infrequently,
Thank you,
Bog
Pato.
they don't
They
know the
have
Thank
given
system,
you,
six
Pato.
so they have
subs
to
in
wait
the channel.
longer, which they do because they don't visit that often. And to raise the stakes, for the regular visitor with an annual pass, the cost of their visit is abstract, as they paid a fixed annual price and likely already got their money's worth, while this family knows exactly how much it costs for them and their children to be inside of the park that day, increasing the pressure to get their money's worth, thus increasing the amount of time they are willing to wait. And because the capacity of rides are determined by design and operation, the supply is finite. So this exact scenario plays out over and over again to the point where someone might just wonder, hey, if you have a limited amount of shoes to sell, stop giving them to people that don't want them for $30. Instead, just get rid of the system and let people self-select. Some rides will have long waits, some rides will have short waits, but at least everyone will be making a personal decision based on the context of their visit, and not how good they are at playing the My Disney Experience app as if it were a slot machine. I know that some might disagree with this conclusion. There you are. And I understand there's a level
There
of
you are.
subjectivity to this. Your experiences are not incorrect. FastPass Plus allowed guests that were not frequent visitors to have incredible vacations. But based on the evidence both in the simulation and in real life, the truth is that, in practice, FastPass Plus was not a more fair system than no system, and it often was the opposite. Perhaps the best compromise between FastPass Plus and a no FastPass park is, unsurprisingly, the original paper FastPass system in its initial limited capacity. This retains the guest distribution benefits of the system, while also maintaining the natural self-selection process that guests go through when making decisions. Most importantly, while knowledge remains a dividing factor among guests, the original FastPass system reset every single day. With FastPass Plus, when guests arrived at the resort, it was too late to educate them on the system. FastPasses for the most popular rides had already been gone for months. With Paper FastPass, guests might find themselves unaware of the system on day 1 of their vacation, but they could quickly learn it and be utilizing it by day 2. This is why Disneyland's MaxPass system was more favorable to many guests. It was essentially the original FastPass system, except for digital rather than physical. The only caveat being that it cost money to utilize, which was its most divisive aspect. The original Paper FastPass was an idea that was birthed from within operations, while FastPass Plus, by all indications, was a system birthed from marketing. Its intention was not to make operations more smooth within the park. Its purpose was to be a key part of a larger guest experience initiative. So it should not be shocking to suggest, based on all of the evidence that we have viewed, that guests and operations would fare better without FastPass Plus.
I love Kevin Perjurer.
But what am I talking about? They spent $1 billion on this. They're not getting rid of anything. So... So what started as a neat little idea has turned into a billion-dollar monster that is now actively eating guests at the park. What do? You could kill the monster, but you don't want to because you spent $1 billion making it, and some guests have befriended the monster and have really come to like it, so that would be sad for them. Okay, so we're not killing us. What if the monster was friends with everybody? Can't do that. As long as the monster is still alive, it has to eat a certain amount of people. What if the monster had more friends than it does now? In order for the monster to be able to have more friends, i.e. FastPass users, there would need to be more ride capacity. This could be done by adding new attractions. However, many argue that this will trigger induced demand, which is when increasing the supply of something also increases its demand. The most common example being a highway adding another lane, and rather than reducing traffic,
somebody,
this is not perfectly comparable to
somebody wake up, do on the grass. Somebody wake up, do on the grass.
Supply reduces the price, or in this case,
this is the joke he made like
an
hour ago.
New drivers are not generated simply by the allure or appeal of the lane itself. However, in theme parks, this is the case. New rides, especially good ones, almost always draw in new guests, often offsetting any capacity gained by the addition. Also, building new rides is expensive and takes time, and is by no means a quick
You want to talk about a profit, Pluto, doing the grass. They're like 3,000 miles ahead of the game.
Capacity is finite, and is determined by design and operation. You can't just put more ride cars on Space Mountain or make it go faster. What if it wasn't finite? Well, unfortunately it is, unless you were to just build a second Dumbo right next to the first one. So they did that. But that's an easy one. You can't do that with most rides, like you can't just build another theater for Soarin'. You can actually, and they did. But that was to support the new Soarin' Around the World ride film. Would they really do that with a ride just to quietly increase capacity? But despite all of these strategies to increase capacity and thus slow down the monster continued to grow for a factor that we have not even discussed yet: attendance. When Paper FastPass was introduced in 1999, 42.6 million people visited Walt Disney World annually. When XPass was developed in 2008, 47.1 million people visited annually. By the time FastPass Plus rolled out in 2013, 50.1 million people visited annually. In 2014,
this graph is freaking me the fuck out.
5 million people visited. In 2015,
4 parallel universes ahead of you.
Over 58 million people were visiting the resort annually, a 16% increase since when FastPass Plus was introduced. The FastPass
numbers
system was
are
designed to be dynamic,
incalculable.
but the rate at which attendance increased was unpredictable, and FastPass Plus did not operate well under it, so the monster only grew bigger. Some parks fared better than others. For instance, Magic Kingdom has a wide array of attractions and appeals to many different demographics. When attendance increases, not all of those additional visitors want to go to one specific ride. If the park has an annual increase of 100,000 visitors, not all 100,000 visitors want to ride Space Mountain. Compare this to a park like Animal Kingdom that in 2017 added Pandora, the World of Avatar, a heavily promoted and well-received addition to a park that doesn't have that many
Don't worry about
attractions
it.
to offer. From 2016 to 2017, Animal Kingdom saw an increase of 1.7 million guests. From 2017 to 2018, it saw an increase of an additional 1.2 million guests. Because this was sparked by a single land that only had 2 attractions, it is safe to assume that the majority of these visitors not only wanted to ride Flight of Passage, but that they were determined to. Not only were they determined to, but it was the only reason they chose to visit Animal Kingdom in the first place. This is known as inelastic demand, when the wait time of a ride has little to no effect on the amount of people that want to ride it. This was the case with Flight of Passage, as it seemed that no wait time would turn guests away. As a result, wait times increased to 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and one day there was a posted 6-hour and 40-minute wait for the 4.5-minute attraction. So
Oh my
with attendance
fucking God.
increasing and with additional capacity on its way, guests were starting to notice the issues. In response,
Joke's on you, I'm gonna be dead by the
departments throughout
8th.
Walt Disney World argued that they should be given
It's my
additional
birthday.
fast
Don't die on my
passes.
birthday.
Guest services wanted more fast passes for compensation purposes, while the resorts
Yeah,
argued
no,
that they needed
no,
more fast
never.
passes at the 60-day mark so that hotel guests could receive their perks. In 2018, club-level guests at select resorts were allowed access to a new tier of FastPass Plus, allowing them to book 6 fast passes in advance, 3 at the 90-day mark, and 3 more at the 60-day mark for an upcharge of $50 per person per day. The more fast passes that were
Forget
handed
how
out, the more the
jaw-dropping
monster
this
grew
fucking video
and
is.
grew and grew. Then, in the summer of 2019, Universal Orlando debuted a new ride at their Islands of Adventure theme park, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter's Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure TM. The new ride was heavily anticipated and drew large crowds. There was only one issue. It did not work, at least not consistently. This led to frequent downtimes throughout the first few weeks of operation.
Average Harry
and
Potter
when
L.
paired with the massive demand, waits climbed to up to 10 hours. Why is this relevant? Because also in the summer of 2019, Disney was opening its heavily anticipated Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. After reports that crowds for the new land were far less than expected, the chairman of Disney Parks, Experiences and Products, Bob Chapek,
flashing
took
this
a
man's
jab at
face. He
Universal,
looks
saying,
fake.
quote, "The deep secret is that we don't intend to have lines. If you build in enough capacity, the rides don't go down, and it operates at 99% efficiency, you shouldn't have 10-hour lines. So 10-hour lines are not a sign of success. It should be seen as a sign of, frankly, failure." Coincidentally, Disney was about to debut
Facts.
another ride for Galaxy's Edge, Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, the land's signature attraction, which, like Hagrid's, did not work consistently, and the ride was primed for the Fast Pass monster to swallow guests, resulting in huge wait times. Under pressure to open the ride anyways,
Chapek is a fucking moron.
that wait times remained under control in order to keep guests comfortable and satisfied, and not at all
Yeah, you
because
just-
the chairman
you
of
should
the
make
parks
the-
publicly deemed a 10-hour line a failure in the press months earlier. When Rise of the Resistance opened at Walt Disney World in December of 2019, it
Just
utilized a
make
new
the
virtual
ride
queue
bigger.
system that
I don't understand,
completely
you
eliminated
just
the
make it
standby line
bigger.
in favor of assigning
Make
guest
it
boarding
make
groups that
it
would be
bigger
called
so
Top Deck. The idea reportedly
makes
came from,
everybody
of all
on put
places,
everybody on the same
NCFB,
one.
that
It'll
had
be fine.
implemented a customer service system in which guests calling the helpline were given a call back rather than being put on hold. So that's where we are, everybody. The virtual queue nearly eliminated lines for Rise of the Resistance, but it left many guests frustrated when boarding groups ran out almost immediately in the morning, with the app informing guests that the ride was booked for the rest of the day before the sun had even come up. But hey, there were no 10-hour lines, so it did its job. Speaking of new systems, also in 2019, at the D23 Expo in Anaheim, Bob Chapek announced, "Whatever this is."
It's called Disney Genie. It will put customized itineraries geared towards your interest at your fingertips, cutting down on the need to plan and research.
So with the old system raging on, a new one just beginning, and a future one in development, The beast was growing faster than ever. Every attempt to fix the problem was at best a stall.
We're
Often,
fucked.
the attempts only made the monster's damage worse. The amount of guests that the system benefited declined, while those that did benefit were more loyal to it than ever, because it was more necessary than ever to have a good time at the parks. The more fast passes that were added to the system, the more the monster grew. The more people that came to the parks, the more the monster grew. The monster grew and grew until Walt Disney World had finally succumbed to the beast.
Well, boss, good news. We broke everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know that thing that doesn't directly make us money that we spent $1 billion on?
Yeah?
Well, it's broken. But on the bright side, it also broke everything. Look.
Those people are just trying to go to the attractions. Why is it...
Eating them? I don't know.
I don't know.
Eating those people?
Oh, those people are friends with it.
Oh my gosh, how is this good news?
Everything is broken.
Yeah, but how is that good?
Come on, boss, don't you see? Everything is broken, which means we can charge people money to bypass the mess we created.
Huh?
Right now, most of the people that have befriended the monster are buying rooms at our hotels, and as a perk, the monster won't eat them as much. But our research shows that getting rid of this perk won't really hurt our hotel business all that much. So instead, let's just start charging people to be friends with the monster. Look at this graph. This kind of advantage.
Average EA game meeting.
It should be an additional charge.
Dotson, you're a genius.
Boss, that's not even the best part. Look at all these people. They're where the real money is.
We're going to charge people to have a worse day?
No, of course not. But we're gonna make money from them. See, it takes these people 10 hours to do 6 rides. That's not even accounting for walking, bathroom breaks, or meals. The park is only open for 12 hours. There's no way they're gonna do those 6 rides in a single day, which means...
They'll have to come another day, which means they'll have to buy more tickets.
Exactly. Either they buy into the system to do everything they want to do in one day, or they have to do multiple days, which means more money for us.
This really is genius.
And all it took was $1 billion and a lot of mistakes.
Well, Dotson, in life, you win some, you lose some. And sometimes you manage to do both at the same time.
There's just one problem. The friends of the monster are not going to be happy with us when we charge for this.
Oh, you're right. That would be a PR nightmare. It would take some sort of global cataclysmic event that would shut down our business long enough for us to make drastic changes to our operating procedure, while also giving us a shield from criticism of those changes.
Oh, did you not hear?
Breaking just into our newsroom, a
Holy
historic move
fucking
amid
shit.
the coronavirus. Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando both announcing they are closing their theme parks.
And your reaction?
Sad.
Do you understand why?
Yeah. Yes.
After being closed for 4 months for the COVID-19 pandemic,
I love
Walt
the
Disney
follow-up.
World
Do you
reopened
understand
in July
why?
of 2020, while Disneyland
Do
would
you?
not reopen until April of 2021. When they did, both FastPass Plus and MaxPass had been suspended for social distancing purposes, and a new park reservation system was implemented to limit crowds. Bob Chapek was now the CEO of Disney after Bob Iger suddenly and coincidentally retired 2 weeks before the world shut down. Chapek commented on the changes coming to the parks as they reopened, saying, quote, "Obviously nobody wants to have the parks closed for up to a year. But at the same time, we realized that was a unique opportunity maybe to advance some things that would have been difficult, if not impossible, for us to go change in an operating environment. And so we made some moves already, but we're going to make further moves." These moves were revealed in August of 2021 when Disneyland announced that both FastPass Plus and MaxPass would be officially discontinued. Replacing the programs would be the long-anticipated Genie app. The Genie app would use all of Disney's internal data as well as guest preferences to intelligently plan itineraries in order to maximize efficiency throughout the parks. Unlike FastPass Plus, Genie is simple. There are now 4 ways to visit attractions: the standby queue, the virtual queue, Lightning Lane through Genie Plus, or Lightning Lane through additional purchases. For any ride, guests can still choose to wait in the standby line, except for the rides in which they can't, which are the ones using virtual queue. If an attraction is using virtual queue, guests must wake up at 7 a.m. on the day of and attempt to join the virtual queue from their phones. If they don't get a boarding group, then they will have another chance once they are inside the park at 1 p.m. If guests don't want to wait in the standby line or use a virtual queue, for $15 per person per day, they can upgrade to Genie Plus, which is similar to Disneyland's Max Pass, allowing them to obtain 1 Lightning Lane pass every 2 hours or after the first one is redeemed, except rather than being inside the park, they can make their first reservation from anywhere at 7 a.m. on the day of. However, not all Lightning Lane attractions are included in Genie Plus. Some are available for additional purchase with varying prices depending on the season. For instance, the Lightning Lane for Rise of the Resistance, which moved to a seasonal standby queue, will cost $15 per person, so guests either pay $15 per person to enter the Lightning Lane or enter the standby queue if it is available. If not, they need to wake up at 7 a.m. to enter the virtual queue, or just pay the $15 per person to enter the Lightning Lane. See? Simple. And hugely popular.
Did you guys get all that? Really pulled up the Fast Pass Plus Deluxe Premium Gold Platinum. Exactly. Well, I need to lower my camera, so it's not fucking with me. Didn't get any of it. Splendid. Moving on.
Or is it? Who's to say? There were rumors of paid FastPass long before the pandemic, since Disneyland, Hong Kong Disneyland, Disneyland Paris, and Shanghai Disneyland all utilize some form of a paid FastPass system. And with the introduction of Genie Plus, Tokyo Disneyland is now the only remaining park to utilize free FastPass, still using a combination of paper and digital passes. There's 2 ways to look at this change: the optimistic version and the pessimistic version. The optimistic version is that Disney is once again trying to improve everyone's enjoyment of the parks, this time by reducing the amount of people using the FastPass system. If this occurs, it will reduce standby wait times while giving once-in-a-lifetime vacationers the option to experience more. The fact that they are using the Max Pass model of only allowing guests to book passes day of seems to be a deliberate attempt to reduce the negative side effects caused by FastPass Plus. Combining this with rising ticket prices, which reduce demand, and a park reservation system to place a cap on guests and predict how many guests will visit, Disney now has more control over crowds than ever. Plus, the Genie app suggestion and itinerary tools will be able to reproduce some of the positive distribution features of FastPass Plus by directing guests to underutilized areas of the park, and it could even increase the average number of attractions per day. The pessimistic version is that Disney wants money. They increase ticket prices not to reduce demand and lower crowds, but because they can. They're not charging for FastPass to get less people to use the system, they're charging for it because they can. The $15 price for Genie Plus seems to be a good indication that Disney expects a majority of vacationers to buy into the system. And if utilization remains anywhere close to FastPass Plus, every travel agent and vacation guide will suggest that their travelers buy into the system, because $15 to experience all of the rides in one day is a lot cheaper than spreading out a park visit over 2 or more days. The paid FastPass system also gives Disney more motivation than ever to inflate wait times and favor Lightning Lane over standby, with the job of the cast member at the merge point becoming even more difficult. The truth might be somewhere in the middle of these 2 outlooks. Disney understands they need to reduce usage of FastPass Plus, and rather than getting rid of it, they choose the option that also makes them money. So far, the amount of passes offered seems somewhat limited, with Lightning Lane on popular attractions running out quickly in the morning, but who knows if this will remain the case. As with FastPass and FastPass Plus, the true effects of the new system likely will not be seen for quite some time. So the FastPass beast has finally been killed. Or maybe it's just been put inside a cage, behind stronger paywalls. Maybe it will get out one day, or maybe it will remain under control. But what a monster it has become. In a way, we've truly come full circle. In 1971, Magic Kingdom opened with a ticket book system in which guests had to pay to ride each ride. And exactly 50 years later, in 2021, guests are once again paying to ride rides, or at least skip the line. Despite a similar destination, the path that queuing at the Disney parks has taken over the past 5 decades was anything but predictable. And this long, winding narrative shines a light on an oft-overlooked aspect of the theme park industry. We have examined ad nauseum the ways in which Imagineers and theme park designers create immersive worlds that transport guests out of their reality and into a new one. But the story of FastPass is one of the rare tales that belongs not to the Imagineers, but to operations. If the Imagineers' job is to design and construct environments that entertain and immerse guests, it is the job of operations managers,
Snake still bit its own ass and everything went to shit.
These environments, and their job is more involved in a park's escapism than one might initially think. When operations find strategies and test systems that have the potential to take the guest experience to the next level, they are not merely increasing guest satisfaction, but they are supporting the environments and stories of the parks by offering a higher level of escapism. There is no better example of this than FastPass. Long lines have always been a disruptive force in the Disney parks, detracting from the guest experience and often the design intentions of the park's theming. After all, the real world has lines. At the bank, at restaurants, at the DMV. Attempting to remove them, or at least giving guests the ability to avoid them, has the potential to create an experience better than reality, thus assisting in the escapism and immersion of the parks. However, with the evolution of FastPass, we also saw the opposite side of this coin. Instead of operations creating a reality better than ours, the disparities and inequalities of the real world were allowed to creep in. Whether guests were separated by knowledge specific to the park or their personal financial situation, utilizing a system that allows for these disparities can take away from the intention, uniqueness, and beauty of the theme park experience.
I feel like inventing teleportation would have been easier than figuring out how to redeem the system.
As we know, queuing is always evolving, and no one knows for sure what
those
the
lines.
next step will be. But what does seem certain is that as long as there is something worth waiting for, there will probably be a wait for it. So I'll ask you again, how much do you know about lines?
Ladies and gentlemen, the defunct land FastPass video. Probably one of the best videos ever made, if I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. We gotta get out of here. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Alright. Let us... Is there even anyone online? Yeah. Okay, there is somebody online. Okay, we're good. Okay, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. I really appreciate y'all being here. Really appreciate y'all coping with me being so tired and scatterbrained and everywhere. And, you know, once I've, like, taken a little bit of a break, coming back is always a little bit, like, difficult from a consistent, like, you know, commentary and whatever perspective. Has anyone checked on Kevin since this video? Did the mouse get to him after this dropped? This video is 2 years old, and Kevin has dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos after this. His most recent one was from a month ago that I haven't seen quite yet. It's a video about Epcot that I've been hanging on to. But anyway, please remember to be kind to yourselves and each other. Remember to get up, stretch, go pee, have a wonderful night, and remember to get enough rest. We're going to head it over to Crow and Chroma, who's playing Story of Seasons 3 of Towns, and I will see y'all later, I suppose. Bye. Wow, it's the wrong screen.
A powerful rat named Charles Entertainment Cheese.
Kevin, tell me about the Hollywood ride that they had to scrap once Diana had died. Yeah. Tell me all about when Michael Eisner was CEO. I need to know. Kevin built a park in my dreams of all these things I'll never get to experience. I want names and dates and facts and hope. I want to know. Oh, tell me all the facts of the field attractions that close because of negative guest reactions. I'm ecstatic that this channel has gained some traction. Yeah, defunct land, defunct land. Kevin, if you're out there, I've been here since the beginning, and I think you're a goddamn artist. Yeah, and fuck Genie Plus, Shapeland for life.
A powerful rat named Charles Entertainment Cheese